Yes, the printer doesn't like them, so I have to redo it real quick. I tried to print it from the wrong tray. And I was like, no. Well, not listening to where I wanted it.
Being as it's 9:30, we are going to call this workshop to order. Our first order of business is Pops and Associates, and are they on?
Do not see them yet. I did send them a reminder this morning.
There he is. We want to throw him up on the pen.
If he's there, he doesn't have a picture.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't have a picture. I'm sorry. My service is pretty rough this morning. And if I give you my picture, then you can't really hear me. And, you know, it's just a bad deal.
Well, we can hear you just fine, so
Fantastic. Well, you might not like that in the end. You never know.
tell me good information and I will.
Well, I can give you good information. How about this? I'll kind of start with what I tried to do this week in my report was specifically talk about some things here going forward that, you know, aren't necessarily apparent, and also highlight some bills and some ideas that aren't necessarily in the forefront and obviously aren't entire state issues, or maybe entire state issues, but other areas care a little bit more than some. So the first thing I'll tell you is Friday on the Senate State Government and Elections at 10:30 is going to be a heck of a fun committee to watch. Either that or it'll melt your brain, one of the two. But they're going to talk about concerning legislative oversight of the gubernatorial powers. That's the bill where they want to basically bring back and review every 90 days state of emergency or declarations by the governor. I've had some questions on both sides of that. You know, I mean, what does this do in terms of FEMA money and how does it work? Realistically, I think it's just oversight. They just want to say, you know, are we going down the right path? The second one is going to be 5843. This is kind of I'm getting really two sides of this one too. It's making it unlawful for public officials and candidates to knowingly make false statements and claims regarding election processes or results within the state. You know, on this one, I'm not an attorney, but personally, I think there's a, you know, First Amendment constitutional issue with this one. And second, it seems like there's a bit of a scope issue. It's interesting that they don't want you politicians, as bad as you are, just don't lie about the elections. You can lie about anything else, but just the elections, that's all we care about. So I think that this is gonna, if this bill moves forward at all, you're definitely gonna see those two challenges come up. In full disclosure, I have some counties that are saying, well, you know, this really isn't that bad of an idea. How is it bad that we're going to tell people they can't lie about these things? So my hands are kind of tied on this one. If there's something specifically you guys would like me to sign in on or comment on or work to do on it, I can certainly do that. But in terms of all the rural counties, you do not all agree. The other one, a couple other voting things here, just voter confidence and ballot, voter pamphlet information stuff. The really interesting one is they think we might need a clean car authority for a new state government agency. That one will be, I don't know. I don't think we need another state agency. So in terms of those, I'd really like maybe some feedback, you know, on the 5843, where you guys stand on that one, what your thoughts are. My advice right now on any of these, until the first cutoff, stay away from it. And that kind of leads me into the general sentiment that I wanted to convey, you know, being an election year, being that last year, really interesting, you know, we've talked about it, in order to get the budgets passed, minority majority leadership in both houses came together, compromises were made. The Democrats gave the Republicans some things they wanted. And then when the bills went to the governor's desk, he basically vetoed most, if not all, those compromises. So this year in the end game, it could be really interesting You know, if I was in Republican leadership, I'd probably be looking at my Democratic counterparts and saying, what reason do I have to compromise with you? You know, what reason do we have to compromise our position at all? Because your governor, after we made our deals last year, just vetoed everything. So that's definitely going to play out, you know, obviously in the end of session, but something to keep in mind right now, and the fact that this is an election year and we've got quite a few bills that are, you know, hey, look what I tried to do. I did what I said I'd do, and, you know, please elect me again, kind of thing. A lot is going to die coming into next Thursday. We'll have a much more clear picture after that first policy cutoff on the 3rd. There were a couple of bills that I thought were interesting, and those were the ones I listed below the main line. And just a little bit of, I guess, background on these. I'm going to loop 1921, which is the built bill for the renewable energy personal property tax side of things. And then micro trenching is 1722. It's been really interesting on these two bills. They're completely different in terms of what they address, but how the trajectory has gone here. They are specifically right now, you think you got a deal, you think you got something worked out, you hear that there's a possible substitute or good amendments. And then all of a sudden they say, oh no, we're just going to run it how it is. Let's see what happens in committee. So whatever's going on in the background on both of these and quite a few others, but these two we care about, we're just kind of looking at it going, we have no idea. We're told one thing one day and the next day we find out it's not true, or they do something to the opposite effect. You know, and as it stands right now, you know, the renewable energy PILT 1921, we're not really okay with. And 1722, the micro trenching, definitely not okay with, because that one would compel you to allow a utility installer just to put a trench 12 inches deep, kind of wherever they want in your right of way. While still exempting the state right-of-ways. So, you know, there's some questions there. Couple comments on the 5727 and 1838. That's the protecting, restoring, maintaining habitat for salmon recovery. Really talking about the riparian areas. This bill, if you watch the committee hearing, is probably could be the most devastating bill for rural agriculture. I mean, just industry, anybody who comes anywhere near river, stream, anything like that in the rural areas in the state. And the bill really pits the tribes, salmon fishermen, and anybody along those lines, environmentalists usually, against the farmers, agricultural producers, anybody upstream. And the one positive in this bill that we did see come out of it from the testimony, really specifically, was almost everybody in the con position opposed to this said, look, if you would just fund VSP, you're supposed to, Mr. State, we would be in a lot better shape and this bill would not even be necessary. The number 2 point on this one that I think was absolutely fantastic, somebody asked the sponsor, is there any actual scientific study that you can point to that suggests that this might actually help the fish? The answer to that was kind of a confused, soft no. I don't want to say no. And so realistically, you know, this could be a best sciences thing. This could be a, you know, you're going to kill businesses in the rural areas and really harm the farmers. So don't see this one necessarily going forward at all how it is. Being it's an election year, this one's a pretty gnarly bill to try and handle in a short session. So the other two I threw in here in 1941, which is prohibiting active shooter scenarios for school safety related drills, and 1973 concerning recording of school board meetings. Not necessarily, those two aren't necessarily something that, you know, as county commissioners, you want to chime in on. However, definitely, you know, in the rural areas, parents do tend to be a little bit more engaged in the school and what their kids are doing. So these are a couple things that maybe your school board might want to hear about, or something along those lines. And then the one I kind of jumped over, 5901, it's a tax credit that applies to counties. Oh, and I put the little arrow the wrong way. It's less than 650,000 in population. There's a tax credit that would be available for anybody installing a warehouse of 100,000 feet or more, especially in the grain industry. This is a big one. It could apply to the tree fruit as well. So long story short, what we're doing right now, and I guess I would reiterate here on this Friday hearing, my advice to everybody is stay quiet. Let's see what happens. I don't know that it's worth trying to get out in front of any of this stuff or anything until we know what's going to happen with it, because it could play out really interestingly. So that's kind of what I've got for this week. Is there anything you guys are looking at? Any input, thoughts, feelings, concerns, comments? Any bills specifically that you've been watching? Obviously, I can't mention them all.
My question is, I'm trying to look it up on 5901 for large warehouses. I'm thinking more like the Amazon warehouses that are getting built and Lowe's and all that on the west side and also on the east side. Does that eliminate the deferred taxes for the counties as well, or is it just the state portion?
That's an interesting question. It's scheduled for a hearing later this week. It's going to be on Thursday. I have not heard about or talked about the Amazon side of things. That's a good question. I'm going to have to ask.
And I guess from my perspective, it's, if the state wants to pass all these tax credits, tax deferrals, go ahead and pass it, but make it optional for us. Because the state just taking the dollars away from us, that's just a taking.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely. I don't know what they're trying, what the intent would be there, trying to get incentivize these larger businesses, the warehouses to come in. I had the Amazon question though. So that's a good one. I will follow up on that and get back to you. Let's see.
If I could, yeah, as far as I follow up, the 5727, the 1838, the riparian bill, and I know you were on the lead steering meeting on Friday. And that's, one thing I will say about this bill is it has almost universally unified counties in opposition to it. It's not even West Side counties because of the impact. There are, in many ways, there's as many, if not even worse, impacts from this bill on the west side of the mountain. So it's kind of a unique situation where it's rare that you see such uniformity of opposition when it comes to counties. There's a few outlier county council, there was a couple from, one from Snohomish and one from King, but universally, folks. So I would reiterate your advice to kind of wait and see as far as on a lot of this stuff, not necessarily this one, but until cutoff, because most of this stuff just dies its own death. So kind of keep your powder dry.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I will say, I think that Paul Jewell at WASAC is taking a very good line on this.
Right.
You've got all of your agricultural community saying, hey, let us do VSP, fund it. You're going to kill our businesses. And Paul's position on it, is looking specifically at implementation from a county level and how difficult, inconsistent, and basically it's nothing's impossible, but in terms of it's pretty much impossible.
Right, and I do appreciate that his approach is more let's not get into the policy because that will be a little more divisive with the kind of the caucus, but let's just, this needs to die just from a technical in implementation. It's really unimplementable. So whether you support or don't support the policy, it's really irrelevant. We never even need to get to that fight. Because that would be a little, there may be more of a fight in the family over that.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's important to note that I think it's nice to see WASAC take that approach, and if it does move forward, you know, you guys can kind of reiterate, hey, we can't implement it, but look at our constituency. You know, this will kill our county. So definitely something to make note of, and yeah. So is there anything else that you guys see that you wanna watch? Anything I can do for you, or are you guys okay for the moment?
Director McClure?
Yeah, I've got a couple of bills, looking at the data center tax incentives, speaking of those. Last session, Senate Bill 5262 made it through the Senate. And this year, I guess it's just sitting there, but there was a bill introduced in the House 1846 by Berg and Rommel. Hasn't been scheduled for a hearing yet. But the 1846 adds stuff related to labor union agreements, you know, it adds energy requirements, it adds requirements relative to data center design. I have heard that our side of the aisle is not happy with that in terms of the, you know, the project labor agreements, because in small communities, we just don't have, you know, that's shipping jobs to the other side. But do you know if either one of these is going to move, or?
So the 1846 is gonna be a tough one. There are two sponsors, Berg and Rommel. It doesn't seem to be a huge priority. You know, it doesn't seem to be a huge priority. How about that on either side? You know, the 5262 was a bipartisan one. I can talk to Senator Warnick, would probably be, she's obviously the only R on that one. I will ask her on that, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, because there are places in the state where there are data centers prospects, and this is a meaningful thing.
Yeah, no, I'll look at that one and see what they're possibly gonna do with it. Let me see if 1459 has any chance. They're not gonna. They've got the companion to 5262 at 1459. You know, that one doesn't seem to be the vehicle they're gonna use. So I'll take cases with Warnick and then get back with you guys and see what we might be able to do.
Thank you.
All righty.
And I'm looking at 5901, section 3A, and it says a person claiming an exemption from state tax in the form of a remittance under this section must pay the tax imposed by RCW 8208020. But it says state tax. Does the term state tax also include the county portion?
We're gonna ask about that.
And it also says it's for distribution centers as well. So to me, it seems like in essence an exemption for all the big companies, you know, that are building these massive distribution centers.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that, like you mentioned, Amazon is coming in and they're all over now. They got those big distribution centers all over. So yeah, that is a question I will be asking.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of new grain elevators being built as we're not making more land. We're not irrigating.
Yeah.
Grain land.
Growing more green.
So what is this really?
Production.
Well, and that'd be interesting. So does a warehouse count as a new grain pile? I don't know. You know, so I don't think that that's going to be something, you know, most of the grain outfits out there are consolidated now to the point where, you know, they've got shared assets and they got a pretty smooth operation.
Yeah. It says it's even for warehouses, distribution centers, and grain elevators. So
Yep.
you know what it's really benefiting.
But yeah, you had to put the grain elevators in there, right? Just in case.
Just in case there's
Yeah.
one.
I don't remember the last time a flat house was built. I remember the ones that get tore down. So.
Okay,
I don't think in my lifetime.
Commissioner Christopher, you have any?
Other than just I guess I would say echo on that I hope most of these bills not die a slow, painful death, but a quick, miserable death. Because there's just some really bad ones in there. But other than that, just wait and see, I guess.
And the only other thing is, I know that our bill for the Hood River Bridge is set for executive session on Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Any help we can get getting it through rules would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. And that's 5558.
Yep.
So we will start those conversations here as soon as we can.
All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
Just other than for you, I was going to supposed to draft you a letter on 1838. You want me to hold fire on that?
Are you still thinking that it's going to get passed out of committee? Is that?
On which one? On the 1830?
38.
You know, I don't know. I don't know. They may pass it out of committee to try and hash it out and then run a bunch of amendments on the floor. I don't know. Honestly, on that one, I really do think that you probably want to wait till after next Thursday on 1838 and 5727. See which one moves, and if they move, I mean, honestly, it's just bad policy. I don't know how they can change this other than to scrap the bill and say, hey, fund VSP.
That's really the only answer. That's the only acceptable answer.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of thing, this is how you get everybody unelected, is pass something like this and start taking people's property, saying you can't touch the water. I mean, you want to see big federal dollars come in and levy against the DNC, here you go. So I don't know that they're going to do it. I just say, wait, let's not expend any political capital this early in the game on a bill like this.
So you think that possibly the governor requested this legislation to appease the tribes, knowing that it was going to die?
It's entirely possible, but knowing him, he probably thinks
Is it gonna go?
I was thinking it might be a red herring, but there are a bunch of other bills that are really bad related to it or going to.
Yeah.
What's your sentiment on the bills about the governor's executive powers on emergencies? Are you seeing people on senators on the left saying that we need to rein this in?
Well, so it was a Democrat-sponsored bill, which tells me it has legs. And it's one of those bills like, how do you vote against this kind of bill, right? 90 days, you're not impeding the governor's ability to declare a state of emergency. It's just a review every 90 days. Make sure you're doing stuff the way you should be doing. Is what you're doing making an impact in a positive way? So I mean, it's really hard to vote against. I think it's gonna probably go. And the sentiment just in general is, wow, I wish it was 30 days. But at this point, let's take a note out of the playbook here from the other side and get the policy in place. And then, truncate that timetable in future years, take it from 90 to 60 and then to 30 and 10. I don't know.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see where the pelt goes as well. But I guess for direction, Director McClure, I'm fine with holding on. Think about what you're going to say, but.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe it'll be a non-issue. We'll celebrate.
Yeah.
We'll have a wake for it at its funeral.
All I could get down was a primal scream.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right. I have nothing else. Mr. Kennedy.
All right.
All right. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll chat here again. And as always, call or email anytime. I'll be available.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
got 6 minutes. Is there anything, Commissioner Christopher, anything on your list you want to talk about before you fall asleep? Franklin?
Oh, I can give you guys kind of an update. House Bill 1871, which was Representative Clicker's moratorium on FSEC. Testimony on that was this morning. I testified on behalf of myself. Amanda McKinney testified on behalf of Yakima County. Another gentleman testified on behalf of Benton County. Dave Barta testified, all in favor of enacting that moratorium on FSEC, why they do some long range studies. It's kind of an interesting deal because that had governments that cite green energy projects stating, cost method of accounting and, maybe the west side of the state should subsidize, our counties for doing these things and that kind of stuff. But then right after that hearing was 1812, which is the governor's recommendation for streamlining FSEC even farther, which takes some of the public hearings out of play and gives you even less oversight and control. And that had 20 people testifying, all the climate change people and all the unions and all the green energy companies. And so you could definitely see a difference of opinion based off which side of the mountain you're on. And it's kind of frustrating, but that's where those two are both at. I do have a quickie update on the PILT bill. So the testimony on that one, Steve Ewing from Department of Revenue commented that he doesn't like the cost trend table method of taxation. And this is Department of Revenue that doesn't like the cost trend table method of taxation. So God, maybe there's hope. He also thinks freezing assessments for 20 years can pose constitutional concerns. And Section 3 creates exemptions that could eliminate the levies of junior taxing districts. Wausau testified in general support, which I'm still confused by. Steve Drew with the County's Assessors Association was against the PILT bill. So hopefully if they continue it, I think it has promise, but boy, do they have some things to work out. So I'd rather them wait than pass something that's a bad bill.
So the Assessors Association was opposed, but Wausau was in favor.
Wausau testified in general support.
Well, it'll be interesting. I think my guess, feeling is that they're going to say there's more to patch. That's what'll happen. All right, thank you, sir. Gentlemen, it is almost 10 o'clock. You sit down, you guys are welcome.
Okay. All right. We have one bid opening today, and that's for Courtney at 1:30.
I'm gonna rewire this thing.
It's every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's every 5 minutes.
Like, it's so many.
It used to be like half hour.
So coming this next weekend, it's been postponed 2 weeks because of COVID. But the lighting control people are coming and fixing all this stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
So yeah, it was supposed to happen a couple weeks ago.
I thought maybe it was like our wellness thing, like it needs to get up.
Actually reduced our health and wellness, the costs or whatever.
Yeah.
Insurance.
On the insurance, because you have to walk to.
Keeps your
Pretty soon, it's actually, this switch doesn't go to these, it's the one down the hall.
Downstairs.
Downstairs, yeah, there you really, all light switches are downstairs.
So it should be
Okay,
fixed
good.
next time. We do that. Sure.
Heard that before.
It better be. So bid opening today at 1:30 for Courtney, so we'll.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, we're excited to see the results.
How many did we get? Or is it, they still have time to?
Yeah, they won't usually turn them in till right before the 150.
Yeah, but that's good. They'll be out in the parking lot.
Yes. Dan, who's there?
Who's there? Who's there? Which bid do I
The pencil.
pay?
So we have a few items on the consent agenda. So item number 6 is a resolution to start working on projects. So all the new projects that we need to start on design are listed. So we can get CRP numbers started and start working on those officially that are on the 6-year and annual. Item number 7 is the survey. This is one of our CRAB reports. So it's authorization for digital certification for county road administration for the levy certification. And that's due on the 1st of February. So we have to send it to them electronically and then a paper copy as well. Item number 8 is a notice. Each year we have to post or publish what we anticipate spending on capital construction with our county forces. And our limit is about 815. And this year we don't have as much. In previous years, we've been close to that limit. We try to if we can, but it just depends on the projects that we have on the list. Item number 9 is so to obligate that $1.5 million appropriation that Senator King got us for Courtney Road. We have prospectus is item number 9, and the authorization to spend construction funding is number 10. And those are required. They'll delay us from awarding until we get approval. So that could be, they say 20 days. We're not sure if that's calendar days or working days. So we'll see.
So this is a scenic area of the Gorge Commission.
No,
Oh, God. I'd like to still be alive.
yes. We might be talking about this in a few years. And then we have one pay estimate to Interstate Concrete and Asphalt Company, and that's for the paving on Roosevelt Grade Road. So now they're shut down, so we won't have another one of these for a little bit. I am going to skip to the end to talk about the stuff that's, I mean, everything's pretty well spelled out, so if we don't get back and catch up with that stuff, that's okay, because it's all listed there. But the items at the end need to be talked about, and I want to make sure we have enough time to do it. So one of the things is the new building dedication that we talked about after the first of the year. So our plaque that we talked about should be in maybe later this week or first of next week. So we'll have that. And I think the contractor has quite a bit of the cleanup punch list items that they'll be working on. So in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And so it'd be nice to, get the doors, some of the doors that don't close to close, and the flooring that's not glued to the floor properly, all those things fixed, it'd be nice, but nothing kind to get notification out to everybody else, the public and those that might want to attend. I don't know if that week of the 22nd seems like a decent week, or do you want to do it earlier? Or later?
I
Yeah.
guess the question is when do we want to have another snowstorm? Because that's when,
Yeah, right about here. Yeah.
that's when I'm looking at the next big snowstorm.
I mean, we could do it in 1st of March if you want.
I think that would make more sense.
Maybe we'll have all of our furniture by then.
Yeah, doubtful, but we'll have more of it. Yeah, we'll have more of it.
More of it. there.
Yeah.
Chances the weather will.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, by the 1st of March, we should be at the bottom of that next COVID hump. So I think that would make more sense.
Okay.
Commissioner Christopher, how do you feel?
I agree. I think this COVID phase will be done by then, and that way nobody can tell us we're risking lives or something by having a grand opening. So smart idea.
Sound good?
Yeah, so have like an open house where you guys do some kind of education, formal, and then maybe food and drink or
Yeah.
walk around or.
Do we get to smash a bottle of champagne against the building?
This isn't a ship, sir. Also, it'll be lighter later.
Yeah,
So if we actually do it after 5 o'clock.
okay. Okay, so we want to just work with Lee to come up with a date that works for you guys.
Sir, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to bring up, I handed out a packet that was from the state auditor's management letter. And I apologize, Dan, that we didn't get this stuff scanned for you. Anyway, so we got a call before this was published that said that they were going to make a recommendation about the ER&R fund. And not a lot of details. And we're like, okay. So then this came out and it's not true. So the remainder of your packet, each year we evaluate and are required by RCW to review our rates and set new rates if they're warranted. So each year, 2018, we actually adjusted all the rates and there's a rate sheet with it. 2019 and 2020, we reviewed the rates and determined that there was no need for adjustments based on the revenue that was being generated from the equipment. And those are all, we brought them all to the board, discussed them, and each year that's what we're required to do by RCW. And so we did what we were supposed to do. I talked to Brenda this morning and she was going to call the state auditor. She didn't think they would be able to change this. But now it's my obligation to tell you what we have done and that we have met our requirement. And then now Crab is pretty on the ball. Actually, they knew about this before I did. And so they are asking, so I have to explain and justify to them what our actions were over this time period. But I just wanted to make you aware that this is not correct because we did review them. Yes. And we brought them to the board and discussed them. So
Why is the rental rate on our 5-yard dump trucks more than on our 10-yard dump trucks?
because they don't get the use. So it's based on use. So if you use the equipment a lot, like the 10 yards, we use them all year long. The equipment rate actually goes down. But if you use a vehicle less, like the 5-yarders, they're really used in snow removal in the winter time. We're in areas where we can't get in with a big dump truck. So the rates are higher.
Is it just so that you figure how many hours you use it and then when you expect to replace it?
Yeah, and the cost to maintain it throughout the year. So,
Your fixed costs are probably very similar.
right. Yes. Yeah. So just wanted to make you aware
I
of that.
didn't think, when I first saw it in the audit, I was like, well, that doesn't make sense because they know we sign it every year.
Yeah. Sometimes the auditors think you should do more than you should. We were warned by crap.
Perform a complete analysis, which is analysis what they think is.
Yeah, that's not what the RCW says. So we're all over the RCW.
Right, and they're auditors, they're not public works professionals.
Yeah. So if they'd have talked to us about this specifically, we could have provided this information to them. But the not in person audit is not quite as, you don't have as much communication, I don't think. So the next thing on this list is the Lyle sidewalk. Jeff, he's been working on this one.
Okay, I was approached by the Lyle Community Council because back in, I don't know if you remember this, it was done back in 2012. I kind of floated a grant proposal to the state. That's been quite a few years ago. But anyway, they were approached approached Gina McCabe about potential, because legislature has a lot of extra funding, supposedly, but they're going to use it for. but they said, could you float this project? And so looking at it, it's kind of it's not a grant, it's an appropriation. So, and if you read through it a little more, they ask for a match. Now, we don't have the money to match this. Public Works does not have the money to match the project this magnitude. But the thought is maybe we still fill it out to see what the legislature says. Now, they may come back to you guys and say, hey, we'll give you $10 million for this first phase, but you guys need to cough up. Before I go through all this, I need to know if you want to do that or just, say, okay, we can take our chances, just write it, show no match. They may come back and ask. They may come back and ask for something, but I'll explain the project a little bit. Just, it's changed some, the cost has changed dramatically, of course. So the first phase is, it says phase 1, it's all this in the green. So basically it's curb gutter sidewalk, and there's a cross section here that tells you what it is. You have bike lanes, 12-foot highway lanes, bike lanes, parallel parking and sidewalks, and that'll end up on both sides of the road. So it's major wide. And it essentially turns Lyle into looking like what Benjamin is today. It would give it that look.
Is there a bike lane in Benjamin?
There's no bike lane.
Yeah.
This would add the bike lane. Outside of the bike lane, it would look the same.
Right.
And they may come back and say, drop it. It's a big recreational use over there. So that's the final concept. So basically what that does, and the difference between this one and the one in 2012 was, one, the cost, and two, we're going down 7th Avenue. There's certain criteria you have to meet that legislature: equitable, climate change. So we'd add charging stations. You would add lighting. You would add a path to the tribal lands, sidewalk to the tribal lands. That's what 7 gets you. So essentially what the phase 1 project is, it sits, the stuff in the green is about $10 million.
Is that a new bridge? Because can they put
No.
a path across the tribal?
Well, that part we still have to look into. No, it's not a new bridge.
Okay, because it's not wide enough.
No.
No, you'd have to add width to it.
Yes.
You have to add the sidewalks.
Yes, that includes the cost. Not a new bridge, but the white.
You're gonna put sidewalks on both sides there?
That one we probably only put one side
Okay.
because of the cost of the bridge. That we would get, one side. We probably put 2 sidewalks down to the intersecting, and then from there to that last road. I don't remember what that is. And then,
Are we gonna be carrying you on buildings? Because that, it looks like you're,
no, it fits.
does it?
Yeah, it fits. You're
I
not,
see a line go right through.
yeah, the lines are kind of for drawing purposes. And for the other, this map is from 2012. The aerial's from 2012, so it has not changed. So the question is, we could make this even a bigger project and address all of it for a while by the phase 2, phase 3. Phase 2 slows traffic down, and it's in red because it extends the sidewalk down to where the crossing, or where Old Highway 8, where they cross to go across to the spit and a roundabout. And then the last phase would actually make the crossing across the railroad tracks and get you access to the spit. You add that, and you probably add another $5 million. So the whole package, if you wanted 1, 2, and 3, is right around 15, 16.
Okay, so is this on our 6-year road plan?
No, it's not.
None of it is on our 6-year. So if we go forward trying to get this, and they're gonna require a match of, but what do you think the match would be?
Again, we could apply and just, I would apply with no match. And then they could come back to you guys and say, look, you might get a call from Gina or somebody and say, look, we're gonna fund this, but you guys need to kick in. And then it becomes maybe a negotiated thing where you say, we can only afford this. I don't know, not,
But they said what
they said 50% is what it really was.
That's not.
no,
Right, exactly.
Somebody else might be willing to do that. I don't see, considering this is not on our 6-year program, I don't see how.
yeah. Gina thought that the best project for funding would
Was
be
paid
the
for.
original sidewalk.
Yes.
And
If we're required to do both sides of the road. So. You have to put sidewalks on both sides.
I don't know whether WashDOT would allow us to do half of it or not.
WashDOT would want the full bill there, which is on both sides.
Yeah, so most of this is on their right of way. Yeah. So I don't think, I mean, if we recommended, we're gonna recommend something, it'd be the original
Yes.
plan and no match
Yeah,
from the county. If we submit it.
if we submit.
Well, I would be, I mean, as I was in 2012, I am in favor of submitting. I mean, they're never gonna drive around and look for places to, oh, here's some money.
Right.
The first thing you have to do is ask. Do I think it has much of a chance? No, but it's possible.
Yeah.
And, I would be in favor of submitting phase 1. I think phase 2 and phase 3 are so far out there. Plus, I'm not sure what what's going on within the planning stages on SR 14 anyway, as far as the roundabouts. If this is, I don't know if that site is even in, they're thinking about putting a roundabout, which I'm slowly converting my reluctance to that. But I would be in favor of going and submitting, asking with no match. They're gonna come back and want something. But it makes it a lot easier to have a discussion when we're actually talking about real dollars, not some hypothetical. And just submitting doesn't obligate you to anything.
Right, but then it also doesn't look good if they come back and say, sure, we're willing to put up $5 million if you put up the other 5. And we're stuck being bad guys saying, I wish we could put up $5 million, but there's.
I know, but that's an easy conversation for me to have, at least with the community. It's like, where do we get $5 million for a match? If it's a 10% match, maybe we can have a discussion about it, build it in somewhere, but 50% match,
So
that's a lot.
Commissioner Christopher, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I got a question. On state highways, why are we responsible for sidewalks on state highways anyway? Shouldn't that be WashDOT, or am I wrong?
for us, it's a community enhancement thing more than it is a state highway project.
Yeah, I guess I would say that I'm kind of with Dave. It doesn't hurt to ask for 100% match. I just worry, like Commissioner Anderson, that they're going to come back with 10% match, and then the community is going to be up in arms because we don't have the 10% match, and I'm not willing to mortgage our future on that 10% match. So I don't mind asking, but I want to make sure the community knows there's no guarantee here.
Because even $1 million outside of our 6-year road plan throws our 6-year road plan into a tizzy. At 10%.
Oh, I know, but it's a lot easier for me to find $1 million to get $9 million than it is
5 to get
5 to get 5. That's not a real good equation.
Well, the count, just talking to the people there, I told them, when I saw that there's a potential match, I said, look, I think this might be dead on delivery, we don't have that kind of money. And they understand. Now, we didn't get into the aspects of it. They asked 10%, 50%, and they know. the guy's driving.
Maybe the tribe would be willing to put up some money for our going to their property. Never hurts to ask.
Never hurts to ask.
I say, go ahead, ask.
Yeah.
That's
Phase
what you-
one.
Phase one.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see phase three.
Yeah, phase three is right.
How many
That's-
years?
I don't even know how you can apply for something that's not even yours.
Right.
It is.
Well, phase three
State highway.
and phase two have another problem that why I wouldn't recommend it, but if we look at, take it, if you see where the river is, that's also the exempt area, hence the exempt area for Ford's Commission. So while, yeah, we could apply for it, we could get the money, but we probably wouldn't build it in anybody's. Because we all know how long that takes.
But the bridge over the river part.
But well, past that, you get it already.
It's in
Oh,
a scenic area, so that's a whole different process.
But I mean, would you have to rebuild the bridge? Because you don't have the room for that.
No, there's sidewalks.
Yeah,
But
sidewalks
but
on
it
both
doesn't have
sides.
the
No bike. lane.
No bike lanes. We wouldn't do the bike lanes.
Okay.
No, we would just make that.
No bikes, whatever we want. So. It's
We
getting
make the
west.
connection and that's it.
Somebody else's problem.
Okay. Well, I mean, just so though, even if it's a 10% match, coming up with 10%, 10 million is easier than coming up with 10%, 15.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, so quite a while ago, back in 2012, actually before that, 91, there were studies looking at access to the port in Bingen. And in 2012, that was revived. And we put together an estimate for access to the port. And there was a funding cycle connecting Washington that the legislature was looking at funding for in 2015. And the county and the cities requested dollars for this project to connect either an overpass or an underpass, some way to connect to the port that was uninterrupted and provided safe access that couldn't be interrupted by the trains that's sometimes stopped. So design started, and we've been given numerous years given an advertisement. And I'm not, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2022, now it's 2024. So it just, the deadline keeps, I'm sorry. The deadline just keeps getting,
Problems.
just keeps getting pushed out. And I'm not sure it's a real priority for the state. That seems to
I
be.
think the evidence
They
would
bought the
say-
property, right? I mean, they bought
Yeah,
the
we
property.
acquired the property, but we just can't get to construction. And-
Right.
And when I was meeting with them, I did go, I'm like, the railroad is the longest lead item. They're, oh no, we've done this before. Well, no problem, we'll get it in a year. Well, that was at least 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, it was right from the get-go. And we're still fighting the same issues and not moving forward. And so I'm wondering if that maybe, because I say things and it doesn't matter, it doesn't go anywhere, that if someone from our legislative body talks to maybe the regional administrator for this region, they can know that it's important to us to actually finish this project. Because I don't think there's really any fire to get it done.
Certainly not, and I don't know if they're planning on, I mean, for one thing, I don't even know, because this was originally done, they appropriated the 22.8 million. Well, we all know what's happened to construction costs.
Yes.
From then to now, it's like, now they're like, well, we don't have enough money, so we can't do it, we just bought this right away for nothing.
Yeah, and this,
We'll do it in the future
Yeah.
someday.
if we need to, this is probably the cycle to be asking for additional funding if
Yes.
we need it. If it's underfunded. I don't know if they've done that yet again, but I know that they already have talked about it not being having enough funds, but it's a lot, basically a decade from when you got the money. And we all know what's happened in a decade to construction costs. So I don't know, it just,
Well, I think it's
Do you
time.
have a thought, you have anything kind of with Curtis?
I think I actually do. That's the one to talk to. Senator King got us the money originally. He's the ranking member on transportation. He can apply some pressure, but I don't understand it's like, well, they, from the very beginning, they just did not want to do this project.
yeah, right, because we got the money.
Right.
Yeah. They didn't, it wasn't their project.
It wasn't their project. And then it was well, no, we do what we're told to do. They tell us to build it. Apparently not.
Yeah.
We'll build it eventually.
I wonder how much of that 22 million has been spent. That would be another good question on the accounting side.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's project, things have been charged against this project.
Yeah.
I mean, I know all the early design work because we were like, good, Lord. I mean, I understand that's the process, but they were, it was like, I have $22 million and they were looking at options that were cost 30 and 40 million. It's like, why are we even looking at those? We have these options cost that or less, because I think originally when they came up with the final design, that it was cheaper than they had money left over, which is completely unacceptable. So.
You only have money left over until you go out for bid.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now I'm sure there's not, depending on whatever's left that they haven't approved, but. Okay, yeah, I will talk to Senator King if that's what the board is okay with.
I'm good with that. Commissioner Christopher, are you good with that?
Yeah.
All right, last thing on our list is our new maintenance tech that we hired January 3rd. Went back to WashDOT, and we plan to had a discussion with HR and plan to just refill or fill the position with somebody else that was on that original list.
Yes.
So
Done. Commissioner Christopher?
Yeah.
Okay.
anything else you want to talk about? I
Think
think we're almost out of
Yeah,
time.
we're out of time.
But that completes our critical items to talk about.
One that I got another one of the emails, and this one was asking about the reimbursement for the damage to for the solar stuff. And so the citizens had to pay 1.9 million for Roosevelt. That is false, correct? When we spent the money to rebuild Roosevelt grade, and we just put another $600,000 onto it. The county portion of that was that 1.9 million?
I don't think we used federal STP dollars. So there's an allocation that we received. And so that was 2.3. I'm gonna ballpark these numbers. 2.36
Yes.
million is federal dollars. Then we have $1,110,000 is landfill fees that we've been collecting for the last decade and a half almost, that were going to go to that purpose. So there may be some dollars that we have that we pay for our inspector and our testing. I don't know if all the combination of those two will pay for everything, but it'll be really close.
But in terms of actual county dollars from county taxes, it's going to be de minimis.
Very small.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, very, very small. And I can give you the exact number, but I don't have that today.
And then have we billed the contractor for any road repair on the other roads or on Hill?
No, so what we have them do is, Roosevelt's our project, Roosevelt Grade's our project. So we inspect the road, their whole haul route before construction starts, and then we'll inspect it afterward. And then during construction, our agreement says, I mean, we have, so Middle Road's really gonna be the critical one because it's gravel. So they had to make improvements to Middle Road before they started construction. So when we have them evaluated, we make them put in the life, build in the life they're gonna take away from the road before they ever start. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, it's, Middle Road is a local road. We grade it a few times a year. It's not high on the priority list for plow and snow. So with that, we continue to do typical maintenance. Anything beyond that, they're pounding the road. And so if it needs grading or watering or any of those things, they do it. We only do our normal maintenance. They get to do all the rest. And they do that on an ongoing basis. Then after they're done, we all look at the roads again, that route, and determine if they've damaged it by their operations. And then they have to repair that too. That's the process.
And it's on their cost of doing it. They're not paying us and we're paying.
No, they pay for the repairs, and they even pay for our inspector to be out there to make sure the work is being accomplished the way it's supposed to.
So there is no additional cost to the taxpayers. Project capital.
There hasn't been for any of the energy projects over the last decade.
Yeah, I can't say that the first couple. Right.
Yeah, before we got here.
Before the lesson got learned. We did learn.
Yeah.
And I see that person was online who asked that. So I hope that answers the question for the final time. Answered it.
Anytime.
Just wanted to make sure that was the only one I had there, and it is 10:30. So unless
We have one more real quick,
I
sorry.
don't know.
We have a temporary that we've had in Pickle. We'd like to convert that to a permanent. We wanted to see how the person would do, then we would hire, we put it up in-house. Okay. We had a permanent position there. The person retired, we filled it with another one. We like to see how they make it through at least one or two snowballs. The person's done excellent. We would like to hire them, or like to put it out in-house for the permanent.
So, and it is in your chart, everything.
Yes, it's not adding out.
It's not adding. It's just we want to try it, test it before we go.
Yes.
You have Commissioner Christopher Band.
Okay. Commissioner Christopher.
I was hoping I can get an update on the jail roof leak.
Okay, well, let's go 1 second. Is everybody in favor of temporary to permanent? Commissioner Christopher? are you in
What's
favor?
that?
The temporary? Okay. Now,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The jail roof leak, we're trying to get Brown to come over and evaluate it, but we can't even get them to respond. We've reached out to them a couple times. We're going to continue to work to get them. They're really our best option to get them because they're close. If we can't get them, we'll reach out to somebody portable. That gets
we
expensive.
don't have any other roofers on our small works contract.
That doesn't work. They're the
Is
only.
this the same leak in the same spot as before, or is this a new leak in a new spot?
We're not sure is the problem, because with the roof, it could leak in one spot. The leak could be way over here, but it could actually be infiltrating over here. So it's going into where the old chiller used to sit, but that's an open.
So maybe migrating. from
Yeah, it could be
somewhere else.
migrating somewhere else is the problem. Like I said before, the roof maybe has 4 years left. And maybe less.
We'll look at that too.
We'll have them evaluate that too, but we're gonna try to run down the leak. That's the number one.
Thank you.
Put some of the buckets for.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did do that.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Moving on, auditor Sorensen. Come on. The price is right. Were you in here when they were talking?
I was
about their
online.
business? Is there anything you'd like to say?
I I emailed this to me.
Great. Thank you for emailing that to me.
Yeah. There's an error on it, but that's fine.
For elections, that's where my error is. We have February's election, ballots were mailed last week. We opened the liquid box and the Klickitat box. We do have Prosser School District also is, they're all holding, they're proposing levy propositions, all 4 school districts. I won't take 3. But Prosser, we chose not to open the East End because it's like almost 35 miles in the difference for the nearest voter. And if they want to go to a ballot box in Benton County, it's like 37 miles. So it's like, use the mail. I mean, it's not, yeah, I just didn't feel it was feasible. So just so you know, in case you get any complaints from the east end of the county. Again, I should have Prosser in there as well. So, you know, that's good. And I had forgotten to ask Public Works to clear the ballot boxes out, which I found out Wednesday. I went out to the 2. And so I sent Gordy a text and they graciously just said, oh, no problem, you're on it.
They're still plowed in.
I'm sure they did. I mean, there was a corner I could walk over, you know, but voters shouldn't have to do that. And that was bad on me. So, yeah, okay. We all talked about it. We knew about it. We just didn't, and it's not, yeah, it's fixed now. The audit's completed. I did get a call from Gordy this morning. I did call Susie. I received an email while I was sitting in the back from her supervisor saying she's out on maternity leave. Please give him a call and, you know, Nick Hawk, and he'd, you know, discuss our concerns. So that's what I plan on doing. I did send links out to the annual report to the board, so you should have received that. Steering committee, our for the financial consultant was extended to March 1st. I've had one inquiry, which was positive because they were just clarifying the date, but at least somebody's looking. That's a good thing. Yeah. So.
And was that from you reaching out to them?
No, it's from Gordy reaching out, publishing it in the Seattle Daily Journal and whatever his office does. There's places. It was not anything that, yeah. It was a private firm that reached out saying where they saw the ad, and I've never heard of that place. But anyway, so it's a good thing. It's an inquiry. Fourth quarter shared licensing fees come in every quarter, significant, $1,943.56. The legislature in the 1920 session passed a bill, UHB 1789, where a portion of the filing fees, 50 cents, goes, I think it's state money, I think it's King County that's graciously donated their state. The wording is fee is paid to by the DOO. So, you know, last I knew when I saw the spreadsheet before this was even brought to the bill, it was King County.
And that's our general fund.
It goes and then it gets split through all 39 counties.
There's some.
Yeah.
And it goes into our general fund?
No, it goes, yeah, it gets deposited in my revenue for revenue.
Your revenue.
Yeah, for department licensing revenue, but yeah.
So it covers the licensing personnel in essence?
I would hope that the money that we bring in normally covers that, because it's well over 100,000 without that.
Without that?
Yeah. So, so we don't really have anything new in recording, just busy. Veterans, there's really nothing new. And lodging tax, yesterday we had a meeting, and I'm sure when David McClure gives his update, he'll give you all the skinny on it, so I'm not gonna take away from his thunder, but we did have 11 applications we reviewed. We're recommending all of them. Does have, and then the committee made the board recommendations, but might be a little over budget, but there's plenty of money, plenty of the dedicated revenues set aside. We budgeted, say 185. It's just a couple thousand without a thing. So there's lots of lodging tax last year that we didn't anticipate. So, and that's
Fund
all,
balance.
those are all restricted funds, and so.
We doubled it.
I think so, because we were trying to balance so that it's not growing so much. So
Right.
Get it. Out of 11 applications is more than we've ever had, right?
Yeah, the chambers, I think each have 4. Don't hold me to that, but, and then we had a couple roads. And then the county, of course, had one in there for their admin fees. So that we're eligible for it, never paid.
I did not realize
Yeah,
that we were.
yeah, I think they brought it up to you guys once it does something. For budget time.
Okay, well, it's good. Well, that's what we were looking
Yeah.
for, every source of revenue. that
Yeah.
we did.
So, yeah, I don't want to take away this stuff at all, but he'll explain it all at his next update, I'm sure. Yeah, just moving along. Okay, public records requests are just fantastic. Just love them all.
How many are you getting?
Oh, elections is just phenomenal. Yeah, I think we've got all but 1 or 2 of those completed.
How many open ones did you have?
At one time, about 5. And they weren't simple ones. And then we have one now for recording. So that's, I don't think that was gonna be.
Are you keeping track of your public records requests?
No, Jen has asked us to, there's, she's, honestly, to even track out. I'll work on it here, then I get a phone call, and then I get called to the DOL counter, I get called to finance or whatever, and oh, we need this, we need that, so we can have a plan to stop. Right, this one. Yeah.
Honest answer, that's good.
I mean, honestly, I know you want that, and Jen has asked me for that. Can't you even give me an average? I'm like, no.
I understand.
So,
It's nice to know. It's good for, at some point, we're gonna have to go for someone to say that we don't have the numbers to back it up.
I will try to go back to some of my CAD and put some hours on, but honestly, it's gonna be a kind of.
And even if it's an estimate at 10%, that's still better.
Yeah, but she told me, she's just grab a number. I laughed. Sorry, poor Jen. Anyway, any questions? That's all I had.
Mr. Christopher, any questions?
I don't, because our mics there are horrible and I only got about 1 out of every 4 words of all that. Public Works wasn't bad, but that was way better. See, it's that mask thing, that evil mask thing.
Okay.
So no, I will leave it up to you guys since I didn't really get to hear that. But even I couldn't even hear Jake talking on all that right there. So we'll get mics eventually and things will be better. But carry on, gentlemen.
No, that doesn't help. It makes it worse.
Really?
No, yeah,
You can't hear you at,
no, you're almost impossible.
yeah, like I try to go back. as much as
Oh, yeah.
Just her not having her mask on, I can understand now. So it's amazing.
So was there a topic I covered that you had questions on that I could elaborate on since you couldn't hear me with the mask on?
I will end up looking at the minutes, and if I have a question, I'll give you a call.
Okay, I sent you the attachment
Oh, okay. I'll look at that too then.
before the meeting.
I didn't see it. I'll go look again.
I sent it about 10 o'clock. So, okay, all right. Let me know if you have questions. Okay, I'm after.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
I did not get Brenda's packet in my email, so if staff has that eventually at some point in time.
Just
if I-
emailed it about 10.
Okay.
You heard me.
So I had the litter crew supervisor, kind of put together what's been picked up since September. So District 1, like 25 pounds of illegal dumps. District 2, it was 1,180 pounds of illegal dump waste, and then 125 pounds of litter, 30 pounds of recycling. That's an estimate. District 3 was about 600 pounds of illegal dump waste, 825 pounds of litter, and 10 pounds of recycling. Those are basically just kind of guesstimates, and of course, one district's a little bit heavier than the other because one of our districts are.
So these illegal dumps, are they all just right alongside the road and people are just like choosing to not go to the base station? Are they on roads?
Or it flies out the back of the truck because they want to secure the load. One was a dead horse under a bunch of drywall.
Well, that didn't blow out. So-
Yeah, no, we let that deteriorate, but we did pick up all of the, did scoop up the, yeah, so, miles cleaned are about 58 miles so far. Pounds collected in total about 4,495. So, we're still doing something, but we're kind of like on one way. With the spring right around the corner, we should be able to start. Currently,
If I may, can you give me a sense of the scale of what is typical? I mean, that seems 58 miles is not a bad number. Apparently, it's less than what would typically be done.
You should be able to do 5 to 6 miles each day, really, because it's road miles. So if they're on both sides of the road, then a 2.5 mile stretch is 5 miles. So really, that's a decent day. She's only been having one person on crew most times, and so with one person, you only get one side of the road, and then the other, so you're getting way less.
We're having one person, right? Or is they just
we're
not getting
gonna
sent
get to that.
to us?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Matter of fact, why don't we just segue into that? So, I did send out an email here a week or two ago to the judges and adult probation. We have juveniles, usually 2, 3, I guess they have more coming in, but adults have been really difficult to get. We've had 2 adults, one of which I won't allow to come back until there was an official negative test. And then the other one was in the hospital last night. So, with only 2 adults to go out and pick up litter, and they're both out of the game at the moment, it's just very difficult to have an adult litter crew. So we have 2 days that are, put aside for that. It has a big impact on my administration. So one of the things I have been working on are education and outreach materials and, other things like that. But I'm already being poured out of my administrative fees, and maybe we can actually do something more, actually have a litter crew where she could take them out to the cemetery or the soup kitchen or, something like that, and maybe add evenings with the kids, so we're trying to figure out how we might be able to make this work before it doesn't. So, hopefully I can catch up with Steve Crow today to talk about adults. I have last week, 15 adults, but I don't have a litter crew. So we're trying to work it out, trying to figure it out, and, the weather has not been helpful. So, with spring coming, there's a lot coming up. So hopefully we can change gears and, start utilizing that position.
Are the judges not giving community service?
I have no idea. I'll know that better when I get with Steve.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if they're not assigning, are they assigning it and just we're doing it?
So litter
Does
crew-
everybody get a pass?
Litter crew is a little specific. Steve Crow has a position. He would actually do other things like shovel snow or, take to the cemetery to pick up and beautify or whatever. But there were other things that they could do, because in the
It's
winter
just
months,
community service.
litter
not just-
crew was really difficult because we were keeping the snow around, snow on the ground. You can't see So we're trying to integrate other aspects into it without costing too much money, because I can't cover other things.
With the litter.
With the litter.
Because it's only for litter.
Yeah, it's the litter and it's for those projects that are associated with it. So yeah, so we're definitely digging into something, and I should have more information next week. Of course, if your load's coming up, so that's a biggie. We do data collections prior to that event, and do data collection after that event. So it's a bunch of sitting around and counting, but you know, it's really important. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I am.
Really, you're looking
I am
forward to
looking forward to it. That's like my, I don't know, it's my thing. If I was to have anything, that's my thing. The recycling program, since I brought Michelle with me, my program coordinator, I'm going to have her update you on the recycling program. Just to get her.
So we have the Recollect Waste Wizard, which is the disposal tool on our website. I don't know if it's gone on there. I should have.
But I'm going, I should.
I expect you to, and I'm able to look at those statistics, so I will make sure to check tomorrow and see that it's been used. We have a game option on there too, which is fun. It's just a knowledge game. You have to select where you're putting things, and you be wrong. And why am I wrong? I didn't realize I couldn't put a cement brick in my curbside garbage. So it's a fun learning tool. Definitely check that out. Called Dumpster Diving in Klickitat County. We also now have 2 phone apps
Can I
available.
put concrete blocks in? It's actually a relevant question.
Yeah. So
No, I haven't yet. I want to know.
if you go to the transfer station.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if it's too large, they'll ask you to cut it down. But yeah, finding other resources for it would be good too.
Okay.
Burying it out in your yard if you have just a yard, but just not in the curbside garbage because it's too heavy. It doesn't compact for the garbage trucks. 2 phone apps, you can put it right on your phone and you can search for the different items as they come up and make it easier for you. The Christmas tree event, we were going to do a Christmas tree event in White Salmon and Goldendale. Those got canceled because of the snowstorm, the lack of garbage service. We didn't have the option for containers to go out there. The schools have been closed. Things kind of snowball effect. So the school seemed really on board and excited for it. So we put it back on the calendar for next year and promote it a little heavier next year. That way we can get those organics headed to Dirt Hugger instead of just the transfer station. We began talking to the Goldendale Chamber and the Goldendale City Council to try to get a community cleanup in Goldendale this year, with it being the year of 150 years or something. Centennial. Yeah, so we're gonna go with the, Beautify Goldendale this year. So we're working with them to figure out what funds and who's gonna run it. White Salmon and Bingen do one every year, have for a very long time. It's a very successful program and we would like to see that in Goldendale. Since Goldendale has a transfer station so close, it's not gonna be the same. We will limit it. Some things you can just take to transfer stations and be easier just to take it there. So it's gonna be specific items, but yard waste being one of them. What else did we decide? Yeah, I don't know. They're gonna do some garbage, but bulky items, appliances, that's just places still go to the transfer station since we're limited. Water Jam is a program we do every year with the schools. It's been canceled the last 2 years. This is the 3rd year now, canceled again with COVID issues, but we are actually working together to try to do a take-home packet for the kids so they can still take home the packet, learn about sustainable behavior. That one's based solely around water and land. So doing with the fish, doing litter control that ends up affecting the water animals. So we work with the Forest Service and a couple other hatcheries and the dam. They all are involved. White Salmon and Bingen Community Cleanup is going to be held again this year, 22nd and 23rd. And we did get approved for another grant, the red grant. I don't know if you brought that up. So yeah, so that funding is being worked right now. You guys should see that probably in the next update. depending on how quickly they move forward with it. That's what I've got for my programs.
And then yesterday we did meet with Mike Sabat, Lab. There's a little
Task
force,
force.
yeah, little option task force of 2 or 3. I don't know how many, but they are trying to start with some baseline data for trash and recycling, things like that. I'm not quite sure what metrics to use yet, so we'll kind of get into that, but it kind of goes hand in hand with the climate action that they passed last year, and then some of the other resolutions that they passed. So this is just part of the process to.
So are you gonna let them do your recycling and then they go through to figure out how many pounds are right?
No, we're giving them the numbers, we're looking for the numbers to give them. So we figure if we work on this with them, then it'll help us a little bit down the road when we do it.
I think it's gonna be a little difficult. The public services doesn't have a good way of giving the metrics for what white salmon themselves are producing in waste and what's coming out of that city. So because of the way that the rural system, everything's kind of combined, there's no good way to know for sure how much is coming specifically from them. So we may need to do a couple audits just to kind of get a feel for where our overall number is averaging out in comparison to what a smaller audit looks like, to see if those numbers are equaling. So we'll see.
And we do a recycling audit anyway, so. Just bring back on that. Then the budget stuff. There is a hearing today for 5857, which is the lack of fund the siphoned off the water projects. We definitely do not support that bill. That's where we get this funding right at the moment. We are looking at other means of funding and proposing other options for future funding. We know that sooner or later, Mock is just going to be in the same boat that we were in here a few years back.
You let everybody know what MACA stands for.
MACA is models toxics.
What's the C?
CA, yeah.
Something
Control,
account.
yeah, control account, yeah.
So they're trying to get.
They're diverting,
Yeah.
it's always a
It
target.
gets swept.
Yeah.
And so
Nobody
we're
wants to
working
pay
on,
for garbage, litter.
yeah, so we're working on other means of being able to fund our programs. So, these other ones, I don't really have a whole lot of information on them for you yet. We're still talking about it. We're still waiting to see how it goes, you know, the House or the Senate. You know, the organic materials management, I'm pretty sure pass. The plastic retail shopping rates, I'm pretty sure that one there will pass, or it's going to be its own bill. I mean, sooner or later, it's probably going to pass, so. And, of course, the EPR bills and recyclability products and packaging, that's really big right now, so we're not going to hear the last bit. More robust conversation with the legislation, the legislators continue. And then Republic Services. As we all know, we've been having a lot of issues with services. Everybody's noticing it. Michelle came up with a really good idea to be able to utilize that, something positive, and that's to actually use it for our waste reduction message. For those that have not had garbage pickup for a month, to be able to look to see how much is actually accumulated, gives them an actual representation of how much waste they generate. So we're going to utilize that in a positive way, even though they're having negative impact from that. I got with Republic Services yesterday, and we had an operations meeting. The hauling company, of course, has been down employees, and so it's difficult to find qualified drivers for CDLs for those jobs. For a roll-off driver, it takes different set of skills. So it's kind of difficult when you've got COVID and you've got snow, and events, snow again, and then no employees, and then you have the capital issues on top of that. So it really has been like a perfect storm. And so yesterday in our meeting, we discussed having people come down to the phone company this weekend to kind of help the mechanical issues and stuff like that. So that'll be a go. And Stephen right now is looking for drivers or boys that we can send over for a short period of time. I'll keep you updated on that. See, we'll see where that goes.
Are they doing any, are they putting in any overtime?
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, it's new.
Yeah.
They always have before even.
Yeah.
I just
So,
wanted to make sure, our PUD employees, our county employees, everybody's putting in overtime. They were shut down for 2 weeks.
well, and even more than that, and then they were confusing with their message. So I've gotten a lot of feedback from the community. They're very unhappy. And we get it. We completely empathize because, here we are working our bill too, but, we're not picking it up. So
And then they said you can take it to the transfer station, and the
And then
transfer
it closes
station's
down.
closed.
it closes down because they can only fill so many cans and then they have no drivers to take those cans to the transfer station or something to the landfill. There's nothing they can do. So, they have to close gates. So yeah, it's very frustrating. It's aggravating.
But the fact that you can't go online and see that they're closed, you do all your part, filling up all your cans, you drive all the way out there and they're closed, and it's like, why isn't there on their website something that says, we're likely gonna close, in 2 hours due to being full?
There's an operational phone line.
So you have to call every
You
time.
have to call it, before you head out, you call it, it'll tell you whether the station is.
And there's actually on our webpage, on solid waste webpage, there's a number listed in there for the corner under disposal services. So I had a call from a lady this morning with the same argument. I mean, I was like, well, it's on the gate. She's like, well, that means I have to drive all the way up there to get it. So I looked at our webpage, and we do have the number listed on there. We do try to get stuff out on social media when we get information. Right now, there is a change in leadership for the transfer stations. Zach Foster, I think you probably met him once, but he has taken over Rick's job. And he's still onboarding. So as soon as he's got his feet under him and feels comfortable about, sitting down, having a meeting and having a whole bunch of on his plate, because that's what we do. Then we'll meet with him. We'll kind of see where we're going with the transportations and how we're going to be able to close that gap.
Doesn't it seem like their root problem is just staffing? That's been for a while.
And
Mechanical
stuff.
Mechanical, that,
Yeah.
there's that too. As you said, it's the
That's adding to
perfect, that's
You don't
adding
have staff
to
to
it.
fix it.
You don't staff to fix it, and then, so you're already, like, even during good weather, in the summer, they're like on the edge of the,
Yeah,
and
it takes
then
one person to get out on medical,
And
another one
then
to go out on
everything
COVID.
goes down in
you
the
know,
winter
yeah.
with the snowstorm. There's just no way to, because how do you recover?
Right.
Like, they don't have any capacity, they don't have any built-in extra capacity to go. It's like, well, if you didn't pick up garbage for 2 weeks, how are you going, you could barely keep up.
Yeah.
How are you gonna gain 2 weeks back? You have to bring outside resources in.
Yeah, and there's still.
I'm sympathetic because we have positions we can't fill, especially in those critical positions as far as truck drivers and stuff. So.
Yeah,
Well, we'll see if the number of illegal dumps goes up.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
No more dead horses.
Yeah, so I did, I sent you, kind of my update, the response that I requested from, Lori. So, she stated that we understand the customer complaints that have come with the challenges for the last few weeks. We have 2 drivers starting tomorrow, and continue to work our recovery plan for all customer service. Just keep in mind that as there has been weather for multiple weeks, there has been that much more material picked up. We continue to communicate on areas we are delayed in service and are working diligently to pick up and service officers. So there is communication, there is a direction forward. I haven't seen.
How do,
plan.
if I may, how do they communicate? I just don't want to.
Are you call?
No, but how are, because I think a lot of the frustration and a lot of time is there is no,
Yeah, so.
it's like,
the hauling
you know,
stuff-
people are like, well, I just left my can down in the snowbank for 3
Dog
weeks.
got it.
And then the
Yeah.
dog got it.
Yeah.
If they
robocalls.
would be, is it just robocalls?
It's been robocalls, and then whatever.
Saying, we know we were supposed to be here last, but
Well,
it's
you
gonna
know,
be
you can't put
Thursday
it out
this
there that
week.
They're gonna be here on Tuesday, but then we changed that because they weren't able to
Find
work on
somebody.
Thursday, and then that moves, and yeah, that created a shitstorm. So we won't be doing that. I hope. So we're working on it, and we have gotten some good feedback from some of the residents on how we might be able to move forward, because, you know, people are still kind of stunned from a few years ago on that again issue that we had, and all the piling that happened back then. So, you know, people are frustrated and they're kind of sour with the public services. So, we definitely want to kind of change that around, and public services definitely wants to change that around. So, one of our residents suggested doing an actual public survey to kind of help guide, you know, what those services are. I provided that to the public services in the past, but in the form of, you know, what I get from complaints. And so we log all of our complaints, either, you know, in writing or email. So we try to keep a log of all of those. And last year, we've been forwarding those on diligently to the public services, because that was part of the future plan was, you know, to increase that rather than us getting it right to them. You know, talking to them. So, I think that's a really good idea, and we'll see where that goes. Because I think that we'll see even actually talk just specifically. Maybe we can get some, like I said, nobody wants to have, nobody wants to have trash piling up, nobody wants to have bad reputations.
Okay.
And then last but not least, I'm still waiting on the tenant reports. So I can send you those percentages and stuff when I actually get it. The amounts that we got for Q3 were extremely high. And for Q4, we went back down to 2.2. So overall, for the year of 21, however you want to add it up, is close to about 10 million.
oh, good.
I know.
Now we need 11.
And I think that, yeah, and I think that 2.5, I think that 2.5 is probably one of the highest that we've ever had. So,
So it's not like a contract,
It's just organic growth.
there's some, yeah, there's some stuff working, they just put out an RFQ for Metro Vancouver, so. Of course, that's a long process. You know, you've got qualifications and decide whether or not you want to go for it.
where does Vancouver go currently?
Or it comes to us.
Oh, it does.
And then the other one is the cash.
Great cash. That's their own. Show up there, it's their.
I think that's their main hauler.
Okay. Anything else?
Any questions?
Commissioner Christopher, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
He looks like he's still in bed.
He could be, we don't really know.
He's sitting in a chair. I can see a chair.
I'm sitting in the lazy boy.
Thank you for sharing.
You
Is
guys
that better?
questions later? Let me know.
Oh, no, you definitely don't need a halo. It's shining more light on that. All right, thank you. Commissioner Christopher, do you have anything you should discuss?
Nothing pressing.
Okay, I feel you, or I felt where you're feeling, so I understand. Got her. I have a question. I got an email from someone from the city, White Salmon, about the new pool. They want to have a meeting about discussion now that they have the final design. I saw a picture of it, a rendering of it on Facebook. At the same time, did a previous board promise them money?
No. I can be really clear about that.
Have we previously given money to the city? Because
Actually, before my time, there was, and we've produced it a couple times because there's no institutional knowledge or people choose to forget that there was dollars given both to Goldendale and White Salmon towards their pools. White Salmon chose to take their money, reallocate it to their water system. They got permission from the county,
but we
gave them the money
they just
for
used it for
something else, and they have to be reminded of that about it.
So, I mean, the dinosaurs.
Right, moved on, and so, yeah, because the, new folks come along, you're like, well, hey, the county helped pay for the pool at Goldendale. Now it's our turn, and it's like, no, you got your turn at the same time. Goldendale actually built a pool with their money, and White Salmon built something else. So they put it towards their water system.
Because I'm sure if they want to meet, they're going to be coming.
Oh, no, it's,
We know that.
But didn't the county a couple years ago give the White Salmon Pool 50,000 from economic development?
we did actually, that was the pool committee. Let's see, what did we do?
Was
We
that
did,
the rework of the building that they had? 'Cause they did something.
no, it had to do with, we front loaded because they passed their, they created the park district. But and the voters approved it, but they weren't gonna get any revenue for a year, for over a year. And
That's
so
what it
they
was.
had to be able to move the planning effort, they would have just stopped for a year. We did give them, I think you're right, I think it was $50,000.
And did they give any back? Was it a loan? or
No, it was not a
just
loan, it was just a grant. So we have made a contribution recently towards the pool. Good memory, Mr. Christopher.
I just couldn't remember exactly why the previous board did that until you said that, and then it clicked. So
I guess my big thing from what I saw is this pool is how many actual months of swimming do you have in an uncovered pool in the city of San Francisco? It's gonna be billions.
About
of
what it
dollars.
was before.
Yeah, I just have a hard time. There. Okay, that was my question. I needed that knowledge before I sit down for the meeting.
I don't know if you want to take that, Lee probably has it somewhere, that original back.
Well, for right now, for the conversation I just mentioned.
Right. Because I want to say it was $500,000. That's what my memory is, that the county gave. And $500,000 for parks and rec districts.
They can ask the city for the $500,000.
Good luck with that.
Okay, do you have anything? Commissioner Song?
Not that.
I would entertain a motion to recess.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we recess for lunch and.
I'd second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to recess. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I
Motion carries. See you all at 1 o'clock. All right. It's 1 o'clock, and I will call the regular meeting to order. Let the record show that Commissioners Sauter and Anderson are present in chambers, and Commissioner Christopher is via Zoom. We will begin begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody would stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second on the business agenda. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask my seatmates if we could defer on the January 11th meeting minutes. I'm still working on some. But I would make a motion to approve the two amendments to the December 7th, 2021 minutes on page 2, reflecting the addition of the wording to add-ons under new business, and on page 5, reflecting the addition of resolution number 12421-1. The resolution was listed without the number prior to the correction. The motion would be to approve the minutes.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to amend the December 7th, 2021 minutes. As stated. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. We are going to move into citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. This will go until 1:25, which will then give the commissioners time to respond to any comments. So if you have questions, please do not expect an answer right then. We will start in chambers, as is our new tradition. I'm setting up the timer. If anybody would like to give public comment in chambers. Anyone? Sherry, please come forward.
I would like to loan a speaker to the county. There's a microphone in here, should be plug and play. You can use the microphone to talk into, so the people on Zoom can hear the public meeting, because at this time, when people participate in the open public meeting by Zoom, we are not able to hear you. So it does not make it feel like we are participating. Also, I'd like to know why you removed closed captioning from your Zoom meeting videos, when according to the ADA Title II, you have to assist people who have hard of hearing or are deaf, and you don't provide any hearing assistance or anybody doing sign language, and you remove closed captioning. So I'd like to know that from the commissioners. And if there's no reason, I am requesting today that you put closed captioning back onto your Zoom meetings. And I would like you to use a speaker until you can get somebody in here to fix your sound system, which is quite disappointing as a citizen that you've spent so much money of our money and we can't hear you. And then also regarding the public records requests, I keep hearing how your county's overwhelmed with public records requests, and then we're being shamed for asking for public records. Well, we shouldn't have to constantly ask our county for things. You should be more transparent. We shouldn't have to 42.56 everything we want to know. So in the meantime, I would like to know, would you guys use a speaker box so the people who are watching on Zoom can listen and hear what you're saying? Because only one person should be speaking at a time, so there's one mic, you can give it to each other. Are you willing to use a speaker box in order for the meeting to be heard? This is how you treat citizens?
As we said, ma'am, we will respond if a commissioner chooses at 1:25. So as I stated, you cannot expect a response. This is not a back and forth. This is public comment.
Okay, well, you've been notified from the beginning of this building that you are not able to hear you on the public records. You are not providing a public record, a public meeting that we can access. So I would like you to, if everybody listening on Zoom, your county is being given an option to fix the sound system for $89 after the $8,000 that didn't fix it. We don't even know how much more. I know my time's gonna be up, but I'm tired of our county wasting our money and not doing what's right by the citizens. Start doing what we want you to do. We want to hear you on Zoom. Thank you.
Next up, Vern Harpool, it looks like, I'm guessing, online.
Hi, good afternoon. I know you have a clock, so I'm going to go really fast. I'm here representing the committee of the Lao Community Council that is working around the safe legal access to the Klickitat River Sandbar. I have 3 points. Number 1, I want to thank Lee Snell so much for finally getting us a copy of the endorsed proclamation that we've been asking for 6 months. Lee was great and helped us almost immediately with just a phone call. Number 2, I'd like to give information to our committee member, Commissioner Sauter. I've been stalled by the Maritidal folks in White Salmon for 6 weeks. They finally got back, or I finally got them cornered. And they said they had no record of even the Forest Service buying the property. I've been shined on by them and I'm really disappointed. So we're going to need access to your records and do it the old fashioned way. So Dave, just to let you know that Maritidal didn't come through. And then number 3, I would like if somebody could tell me who we can ask from the county to talk to BNSF about when they're going to replace the 1908 falling apart bridge across the Klickitat River. That will be critical to our access. And then finally, number 4, hopefully sometime in the future, I get on the agenda so we can have a more complete discussion of where we're at with the Forest Service and the Highway Department and all the other folks. So I'll hopefully await some discussion. Thank you.
You did that in 1 minute and 30, Vern. Next time you don't have to talk so fast.
I was told to talk slow last time and I talked too slow.
Well, you'll get her down here soon. Thank you, Vern, for your comment. All right, going back in the audience, is there anybody else who would like to give public comment? Please come forward. And state your name since.
Steve Glass, GLASS. As a hard of hearing person, this kind of hits home a little bit. And I understand if you can or cannot, because of regulations or whatever, I have no idea. But I got a real simple request. Everybody is maintaining the 6 feet. So that's in compliance and everything. When you speak, could you lower your mask? I have hearing aids on and I cannot understand people speaking through masks. So it would really be helpful if at a minimum you could just lower your mask to open your mouth up so I can understand. And I'm sure anybody else with hearing aids has got the same problem. Thank you.
Okay, back online. Is there anybody online who's interested in giving public comment? *6 to unmute yourself on your phone, raise your hand or turn your video on, and it'll pop to the top for us. I am not seeing anyone. Okay, we will go back into the room. Anybody in the room who's interested in giving public comment? Oh, was that Lisa Evans? Did you raise your hand? Oh, I looked away. Yes, please, Miss Evans.
Yeah, good afternoon, commissioners. And my name's Lisa Evans and I live in White Salmon. I just wanted to clarify my comments from last week. I just brought up the results from the test scores of the state of Washington. And I mean, you know, from comments towards the end of the meeting there, it wasn't really clear, but I wasn't sure if you guys had maybe taken my comments as an offense and some kind of critique of you. What I meant to bring up, the reason for bringing up the test scores last week was just simply to bring awareness to them. You know, you guys as the county commissioners, you really do have the big picture over what's happening in the county and how all the pieces work together. And so my point of bringing up the very low test scores in our state was, simply to make you guys aware so that as you move throughout the county, you're aware of that and maybe can encourage people or understand and communicate how we are focusing on our children and their education and trying to bring those test scores back up. I mean, the bottom line was COVID was hard. COVID was hard for the schools to try to adjust, for the county to adjust. A lot of things were really pushed down on everybody. And the unfortunate part is just, now we're seeing the fallout and low test scores for our kids is part of that result. So I just wanted to clarify my comments. They were not meant to be an attack on you in any way, or your efforts or anybody else's efforts. They were just merely to bring awareness to it, because now that we're aware, that just sort of opens the door for the possibilities and the opportunities to take care of our kids. We don't need to wait for Washington to try to take the lead on this. And, like I said, my hope is just as you guys travel throughout the county and you hear a lot of different people and what's going on, that, you can just encourage pieces to be brought together so we can be really forward thinking and raise our kids' test scores and take care of them now that the majority of a lot of the COVID, new restrictions and all that are now kind of behind us. So just sort of looking forward. But like I said, I just wanted to clarify that, it was not meant to be any type of commentary on the job that you're doing, just more an awareness of, what some of the facts are now at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. All right. We will go back into the chambers. Anybody else interested in giving public comment? I'll jump up all at once. All right, we will go back online. Elaine Harvey, please. Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Elaine Harvey, live in Goldendale area. I just want to talk a little bit about what's going on at the state level with the House bills, for instance, 1871 with the industrial solar, and these hearings just prove further that there needs to be regulation in industrial on industrial solar in the state as well as at the county level. And just because, it's just proven it's going to the state level where these companies are getting away with whatever they want in other counties as well as Klickitat County. It's like, why are we just allowing them to govern our county? And we see counties like Benton County, sorry, that has much more resources than ours. And they realize that they're not equipped or experienced. And this is why we have a moratorium in place at Benton County. And these big corporations claim to be using best management practices, yet as we all heard from listening to those testimonies in Olympia, that these best management practices have not even been established yet. And there's false claims throughout these projects that no governing body has offered any checks and balances. And how can we trust the process? We just heard the government agencies and experts testify that our processes are outdated and inefficient. And we should do the right thing and impose moratorium on all industrial scale solar projects. And yes, I'm reading over the Bluebird DEIS, and I continue to see references to wind when it's a solar project, and yes, it's within the EOZ. But I'm going to see more environmental impacts as these projects move towards Goldendale, like the Knight Road or the Hochter Road, where these companies are chasing down landowners, bribing them with contracts. And there's going to be impacts to the visual to the aesthetics and all that in our area where we live. And there's just a lack. I mean, you guys continue to say there's regulations. You guys have county regulations over solar. There is no regulations on solar. These guys are gonna get away with whatever they want. And they write in whatever they want in their DIS. They can hire all the professionals they want. Yeah, you hire a contractor, they're gonna say what you want them to say because you're paying them the big bucks. And that's how it's going. And that's what I've read so far in the DIS for the Bluebird. So I'm just waiting, and I hate to see the day when permits are submitted to the county for areas around here, around Goldendale, and the environmental impacts that I already can see because we are near the Simcoe Mountains. And I just can't imagine what's going to happen here. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey, for your comment. I will open it up into the room one more time if anybody's interested. Come forward.
Greg Wagner with Cease. I'd like to talk about the Lund Hill Solar Project. Here's the conditions of approval. And it says the following conditions must be met prior to issuance of any building permits or performance of any land disturbing activities within the solar facility. Lund Hill was permitted in August of 2019. The stormwater pollution prevention plan wasn't completed till August of 2020. The geotechnical study wasn't completed until March 12, 2020. And the road haul agreement wasn't completed until 15 months later, November 24th, 2020. These were all supposed to be done prior to any permit given to build Lund Hill Solar Project. So the big question is, why doesn't the county follow its own guidelines, its own rules, conditions of approval? Is this the way Bluebird's going to be conducted? We have all these ordinances, rules, and regulations at the county level, and then the county officials just ignore them. Now, you talked the other couple of weeks about PILT, payment in lieu of taxes. That's just another benefit for the solar companies. They want to give you some upfront money to cover the taxes, and in the long run, our county is going to lose money. That's been proven over and over. Brian Walsh tried to get it done down in Gillum County from Avangrid. He may be the guy that's trying to convince you to do it here, but it's not something good for our county. I want to know too, on the road haul agreement, we were talking about that, I believe, earlier this morning, but I can't understand it because the system doesn't work properly. The road haul agreement, which wasn't done until November 2020 on Lund Hill, it has a letter of credit for only $600,000. Roosevelt Grade has 5 miles of road construction, $672,000 per mile. That's $3,360,000 to repair just 5 miles of the road. There's 2 other roads involved with this road haul agreement. Why did the county only accept a letter of credit for $600,000? That means the citizens are going to have to pay a good portion of repairing the roads from damages from the trash trucks and the solar trucks. There is a grant, but that still leaves the county with, I think it's like $1.2 million that the citizens must pay. So why wasn't this letter of credit for the solar companies set at a higher amount to cover all the possible damages they've done to the road? Because in the agreement, it says any and all repairs to the road will be reimbursed to the county. But it calls out the contractor. Why doesn't it call out the company, the developer, Avangrid, NextEra, Inver Energy, Cypress Creek, whoever the developer is? They should be the ones that's responsible for it. When you put the word the contractor, that isn't specific enough. It lets these people off the hook for their financial responsibility. And we, the citizens, will be stuck with it.
Mr. Wagner. Back online. Anybody interested in giving public comment? Star 6 to unmute yourself. Tracy in. Or turn on your microphone or your video and we will. It should pop straight to the top or something. All right, I'm not seeing anyone. Back into the room. Anybody else? There's two more. Oh, Tracy, online. Public comment, are you interested?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the board for accepting the idea of for the sidewalks in Lyle. So thank you for that. And then I just wanted to ask on the legislative bills going through the Senate right now, there was a mention of the 5555 bill, the 911 telecommunicators. If you have any information on that, I would appreciate it.
That all you have for public comment, Tracy?
That is all I have.
All righty. I wrote that bill number down. Thank you. Back into the room. Anything? Not today? All right. Back online. Anybody interested in public comment? Unmute yourself or star 6. Turn your video on. I am not seeing anything. Dan, are you seeing anything? All right. Last chance and we will go. Nobody else is interested. I will open it up for my seatmates. Commissioner Christopher, would you like to respond to any of the comments today?
Yeah, I'll go first. To Mr. Steve Glass about lowering the mass. I would agree with that. I've mentioned it many times to people if they're willing to lower their mask to allow people to hear them better, especially for people with disabilities in hearing. I think it's a good thing, but I will not make it mandatory for someone that doesn't want to lower their mask. So I would say that's speaker's choice on that one. And for Lisa Evans, wanted to make a comment that I did not take your previous comments as attacks on the board. I, at least myself, understood where you were coming for with school test scores, and I agree with you. Elaine Harvey on the FSEC moratorium 1871. She may or may not know that I testified in favor of the FSEC moratorium this morning. But I don't know if she stuck around long enough to hear the next hearing, which was 1812, which was the governor's streamlining of the FSEC process. He's trying to make it easier with less public hearings. So we have a long haul to push against the state. So, and then with Tracy on Bill 5555, the 911 bill, I don't see a lot of opposition on it right now. We'll know more come Thursday when all the bills have to make it out of committee. That's all I have, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Christopher. Commissioner Sauter?
I will follow up to Ms. Bosquet's comment about the closed captioning. Is that something that we have been doing and we're not doing?
Never even knew it was a possibility for Zoom. I think Zoom was thrust upon us when we started, when COVID hit. Mr. Wagner actually pointed out that it had been being used and then it wasn't. How it got changed, I have no idea. I did go into settings and ask it to put that on right after Mr. Wagner let me know that it was not.
Okay. Good, because I certainly, I mean, if we have that option, I would hope that we would do it. I don't have any issue with that. As to the sound system, I completely agree as far as it is. You know, it's hard when we have we have technical issues that people are having a hard time hearing, and that is certainly not our goal. And I think we have been trying to work on that, and, our system upgrades, whatever they cost, have just been backlogged, are sitting in a offline, or, offshore in a container ship at this point. And so we're aware of it and we are trying to fix it. And it will get fixed. To Ms. Evans, yeah, just to clarify, I did not feel like your comments were an attack on the board personally. I think I took it for the point that you were trying to make. It was not, it was no surprise to me that school test scores have suffered over the last year and a half with kids being remotely and then out of school so much. I mean, being married to a long-term national board certified teacher, I understand that time in classroom is the absolute best way that kids learn for most kids, and they've had far less of that than they typically would. So it was no surprise that our test scores have declined. Mr. Wagner, as far as on the Lund Hill, and I can't really comment on that you're reading from a portion of the agreement as far as these conditions. I don't know what other stuff is in there that has, I don't think Lund Hill, the project, was treated any different than any other project. As to it's unfortunate that you were unable to hear the conversation apparently this morning. We did see you online because we have received multiple public records, or what are referred to as public records requests. They are really requests for answers or information versus public records requests about the road haul agreement, the Roosevelt Grade project. We got a pretty good briefing, I felt, from Public Works this morning as to actually what that project cost, where the dollars came from. And we did ask, categorically, is there any local dollars, the public having to pay for any of that? The answer was no, or if yes, it's minimal between the grants, the dollars that our federal dollars, and the dollars that the Roosevelt, the landfill company put in for its damage to the road. We were fully covered. As to the solar farm projects, as the wind farm projects, we learned early on that we have these road haul agreements so that any their route that they're taking, heavy equipment, materials and stuff to these projects are all before, if there is a need for heavy maintenance or upgrade to the road to support that effort, that's done in advance of the project. Plus they also, once that's done, we go through and we determine the condition of the road for the project. We determine the condition of the road after the project. They are liable for any loss of life of that road. And that, as far as I'm assuming, I don't know, the $600,000 bond that was posted towards that project, we come up with what we think is the reasonable figure. That's not the company that's coming up with that. And so we, obviously, our folks determined that we thought that was a reasonable amount of bond to put up that it was likely to get charged against. So there is no liability to the local taxpayers for this project or any other project. If there is, then we haven't done our job. Let's see. Tracy, sidewalks in Lyle. Yes, obviously you were able to hear that conversation this morning when it was raised. And yes, we are supporting the application. I want to be clear, that's all it is. It's just an application for a legislative appropriation for that phase 1 of that sidewalk project in Lyle. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. And in the last 1 minute, thank you, Kevin. I agree with everything that my seatmate said, and I would further state that we did attempt to use a microphone that was provided by the company that we hired to do the sound system. And that microphone would last about 30 seconds and then it would die over and over and over again. We attempted to I do not believe that the karaoke party machine is going to plug into our multi-$1,000 system. And that would be the issue. But thank you for your offer. And we continue to ride on the company. I'm seeing the nod from our HR director that we continue to ask them to please come fix the problem. It is ridiculous. It was, for the record, it was supposed to be fixed over 1 month ago. And it has still not been fixed. And we are as annoyed as the public, I promise you that. Being as it is 1:30.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, I would like to make a recommendation that we do not use the mic given to us because we don't know how it will integrate with our system, who made it, what company made it, and I don't want to add any potential hacks to our IT system. So my recommendation would be to not use the mic.
Moving forward, being as it is 1:30, we have a very important bid opening for the Courtney Road project. CRP 342 and 343 for the improvement of 4.32 miles. By clearing grubbing improvements to horizontal vertical alignments. Installing drainage, stormwater facilities, pressure, irrigation, fencing, sign. All in accordance with the contract plans, contract provisions, and specifications.
Okay, it stands alone. It doesn't need to plug into your system. It's just a speaker. Nope, all right. I tried, Pablo.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it appears that we have 3 bidders. Okay, first is from James Dean Construction Incorporated, White Salmon, Washington. Addendums 1 and 2 are acknowledged. Proposal bond is present. Apologize, I'm a little rusty. Okay, total bid for Schedule A, $6,498,909.52. 6,498,909.52. Total for Schedule B total is $1.07. So total bid of A and B together, $6,498,910.59. Check the math. 6,498,910.59. Next is Granite Construction Company, Vancouver, Washington. Addendums 1 and 2 are acknowledged. Bid bond is present. Schedule A total, $7,149,998.93. 7,149,998.93. Total for Schedule B is also $1.07, making a total bid of $7,150,000 even. 7,150,000.00. And our final bid is from Crestline Construction, the Dallas Fort. Addendums 1 and 2 are acknowledged. Bid bond is present. Proposal bond. Total for Schedule A, $9,100,873 and 20 cents. 9,100,873.20. Schedule B is also $1.07, meaning a total bid of $9,100,874.27. 9,100,874.27. Chairman, I would note for the record that the engineer's estimate was $6,377,000 even. I would make a motion to return these bids to Public Works for a review and a recommendation.
I would second the motion.
A motion and a second to return these to Public Works for their recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you all. Ms. Quinn is available. Director Quinn, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Public Health Director Erin Quinn for department update.
Yes. So my update is going to cover the months of November and December. It's kind of an end of the year closeout. So I'll start with the clinical services update. We continue to offer our WIC services. We continue to offer those remotely. We serve 216 clients for that 2-month period. Under WIC, we also have our breastfeeding peer counseling program. We now have 3 individuals that are fully trained and up and running and supporting women who are breastfeeding. We have a really good success rate with that and really positive feedback from that program. Immunizations, mostly I'll talk about COVID during the Board of Health, so I'll skip over a little bit of that. We are continuing to encourage people to get flu vaccines. I think across the US, flu vaccine uptake is a little bit low, and certainly have concerns about what the flu season could look like in addition with the COVID case rates we're seeing. So encouraging people to get flu. We've administered 208 doses to date. That's about our average per year. So as far as our administration, that's typically about where we sit, but still a lot of people could really benefit from getting their flu vaccine this year. It's definitely not too late. With our COVID vaccine, we continue to do outreach. We did a clinic in Glenwood in December. We had a wonderful turnout, much higher than anticipated. Wonderful feedback, got just some beautiful emails from the community out there. So we're really excited to have been able to offer that service up there in Glenwood. And then I know last week, the staff were out in Bickleton and Alderdale and offered some vaccines there as well. So our immunizations continue to, that's a big part of what we're doing still right now. Our family planning services, we served 36 clients. We just recently applied for a telehealth grant. That would really increase the functionality of our electronic medical record. We already have an electronic medical record, but it's going to increase our ability to do telehealth, which we hope will continue to allow us to do outreach in areas where maybe people have difficulty getting transportation from. I mean, even that could happen just in town, but definitely the outlying areas of the county, hopefully opening services up a little bit for those that live more on the east side and more towards the north, where transportation is can be a barrier to getting healthcare that people need. So potentially it would fund up to $10,000 of upgrades that would allow us to expand our telehealth. So we should find that out in the next couple of months if we were awarded that money or not. Our perinatal mental health program, we've served 29 families to date. It's another program that's being really well received. They would really like to expand the program into Goldendale based on the success that they're seeing on the west end of the county. And they do have an individual that's interested. They're looking at asking to lead these peer counseling groups and to be trained so that they can do that and see if we can't get as much engagement and success in Goldendale as we have on the west end for sure. And then we'll look at if we have the opportunity to expand that into other areas. We recently added naloxone program. Naloxone is the medication that's used for drug overdoses. So will be available to our clients. Any client that's at risk or identifies that they have a household member that is at risk for drug overdose. So by request that, they'd have to come into the office and speak with one of the nurses, and there is no cost for them to have that medication. It's just them asking for it. So that's been something that's been in the process for a couple of months. They just got everything all kind of dialed in for that. So we're really excited to be able to offer that in our office. That's kind of what we got going on for clinical. For environmental health, December is typically a little bit slower. So even though this has been one of the busiest years, or 2021 was one of the busiest years we've had as far as we know to date, December was definitely a little bit slower. It's not atypical for December to be slow with weather and vacations. But we still had a pretty busy year with that. The drinking water lab, they're writing a proposal to potentially increase I think currently they test for nitrates, coliform E. coli, and they're looking at increasing to be able to increase the functionality of their services. I think they would be able to offer iron as one of the iron testing on the water would be one of the things that they would be able to test for. So we're looking at what that would look like and using our foundational public health monies to increase that functionality for the public. As far as food safety goes, we have Leanne Bergen doing our food safety. She's finished, I think, her online training and is getting ready to do the actual, there's a lot of field work you have to do before you can get signed off. And so she's getting that taken care of. She's going to start actually doing the field work. She'll be accompanied by one of our other environmental staff until there's a set number you have to do accompanied before you can go out and do your food inspections by yourself. So she's getting up and running on that, and they're expanding or they're looking at using MailChimp to do outreach with all their food vendors as far as food code updates, just general food safety reminders, and then any outreach that they want to do. So they're putting that program together really well. The environmental health team is also working on expanding their workflows with SmartGov, so that we can increase our digital footprint and decrease our paper footprint. The clinical side is also working on that with their EHR as well. So we're looking at being mostly paperless in our office. We still have a couple months to get towards that. Maybe this summer we should be mostly paper free and all digital. So Staff has been working really hard at getting those workflows and that scanning done so that we can be more efficient in that manner for sure. So. Environmental health team is continuing to support our COVID work. They help with our clinics occasionally as far as, flow and check in and check out. They've done social media updates, website updates for us. And then this time of year, obviously is quiet there's no algae blooms with the cold. So I did include the 2020 and 2021 OSS site evaluation numbers in your packet so you could kind of see where we were year to date versus where we were last year. And then for Skamania County, I've included their information as well. We've definitely are still in discussions about what our engagement with Skamania County is going to look like within the next year. And haven't come to any resolution on that at all. So we'll continue those discussions and then update the board as we know more. As far as staffing goes, we're still advertising for our clerical admin assistant 3. That's a Golden Bell office position. That would be supporting the front desk. Typically that position has been mostly environmental health, but would support all the programs of the health department as all of our front desk staff do. So we're just gonna probably look at those. We have some applications. We'll start looking at those in the next couple of weeks. So if someone knows someone that would be a good fit in the Golden Dale office, we would encourage them to apply. Sherry Call, who's been our immunization nurse and has really driven all of our the design of our vaccine clinics, and has done most of the outreach and has really done the travel to the East End and wherever we've been asked to do, and has actually been really helpful in anyone that's homebound who's asked for us to give a vaccine in their home. I feel like she's done most of that outreach for us as well. She will be leaving us mid-March. She's going to school to be a midwife. And so she's at the point in her schooling where she needs to be in school full time. We're very, very, very sorry to see her go. But we will be asking for verbal authorization to advertise her position probably in the next 2 weeks so that we can, typically recruiting nurses isn't as easy as it sounds, especially in public health. So start looking for that individual. And I think as far as otherwise that's kind of the clinical environmental health updates. We are still working through the Board of Health, what that will look like July 1st. The comment period to the State Board of Health, who will actually make the rule, was closed January 14th. So we're waiting to kind of see what that looks like. There's not going to be a change of who we're probably going to appoint. So someone who's a public health or health facility representative, a consumer of public health, or a stakeholder in public health. But I think the process and how we appoint those individuals will likely be addressed in this guidance. So still waiting to see what that final guidance is. And then to again ask the Board of Commissioners to consider reinstating Sue until July 1st. As kind of a gap until then. I feel a little bit uncomfortable having an opening on the board. And I think that with her background, she still would be really helpful in getting us, helping set up the process to get the new people that on board that the changes will require as of July 1st. So otherwise, pending your questions, I think that's kind of the roll up for us that's not COVID, which I'll actually cover in my Board of Health update, which is in 10 minutes.
So Aaron, it's Commissioner Anderson. So the naloxone, or however you say that, for overdoses. So if you're a family member, you can come in, talk to you guys, and then get a dose that like you can keep in your refrigerator or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And it can be administered. And is it a shot or is it?
It is an injection, yeah. And the staff will actually go over with you or the person that comes in how to actually use it. And it does come with some information on, so we're not just throwing it at you at the door. Like they teach you how to use it so that you know if you're in that unfortunate situation, how to manage that.
Yeah, please don't be throwing needles at people at the door.
No.
That is
education.
That is amazing. Thank you for you guys doing that. And I hope that, you'll post something on Facebook to let everybody know that that's available. I think that's great. Good
I don't
save.
think they're at the point where they're doing outreach yet, but they're getting close and they will
Right.
definitely be putting that out. And they've been sharing that information with community partners as well, just letting people know that we have that available. So people can start coming in and asking.
And Commissioner Christopher, anything?
Yeah. So first I want to thank Aaron for the outreach to Glenwood, Bickleton, and Alderdale. That's very encouraging to me. And I thank you for that. And then also wanted to thank you for your detailed packet of information to us that, like with drinking water, that breaks down how many were in the Goldendale vicinity, how many are in the White Salmon vicinity. We use that on that tool for many levels. So when that's included in drinking water or sewage, that helps us actually, work with planning going forward too. So thank you for putting those details in there. Other than that, no questions, just keep up the good work.
Thank you. And David puts all that together for me. I can't claim that one.
I figured
I'll
it was.
let him know.
Mr. Kavanaugh, good job, sir.
Commissioner Sauter?
First, yes, I wanted to echo Commissioner Christopher's. I really appreciate the level of specificity in your report. It's great information. And yes, thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for the stuff that is not, although you're the boss, so you get to take credit because you're responsible when it doesn't go well too. So it works both ways. You can give as good as you can get, so that's okay. Back to your comments, I would hope the board would have a discussion about your recommendation as far as temporarily filling that position as far as the current vacant position on the Board of Health. I initially was less concerned about having that vacancy. As I've given this some thought, I do see the benefit of not having that vacancy. And so I would say from my perspective, and we may have a difference of opinion on the board, I would be supportive of putting just keeping Ms. Pennington in that role, understanding that that would just be at the latest till July 1st, that we're going to have to see what comes. I don't see any changes to the legislation that was passed last year as far as the makeup of what the board is going to be, but it could be some change. I think we will probably see some changes in the guidance about how we go about doing those appointments. And so I would just offer that I think we probably should. The easiest thing to do is a caretaker role. If Ms. Pennington I think she has indicated she would be willing to stick around for the next 5 or 6 months at the most, if we appointed her in that position. And I would be supportive of that, but I'd like to hear from, I think I did from our earlier conversation, I don't think there's a uniform opinion on this across the board.
This is Commissioner Anderson. Did I hear, I wrote it down, so I want to make sure I heard. You stated that Sue, with all of her background, she would be willing to help set up the process for how the changes are going to take place. Because I know you're just swamped, so like because we're going to have this new WAC, we're going to have to set up policies, new procedures, and she said she'd be willing to help on that.
Yeah, she did. And we had spoken, I don't remember when I spoke with you guys. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Anyway, I have no sense of time. But she understood that July 1st, that because Mr. Moyer's position is good until December, that she wouldn't fit in the other 2 categories and had just offered to cover until that July 1st and then help me put together, because we're gonna have to write the policy. I mean, it's gonna be on me to write all the policies and procedures to present to you all in accordance with the State Board of Health rules. And so I think her support would be very valuable.
Well, it is in our minutes that you asked this on our last minutes that we're discussing. So you asked for it twice. The only way forward is I need to hear a motion. Okay, that's absolutely you guys want to do. Dan, do you have any comments?
I couldn't hear what you just said, sir.
I will speak up. I apologize. I'm talking to the screen that I'm looking at. This is over here. So I'll try to talk to the green light. Do you have any comments on or opposition to appointing Sue for the short term to help?
I absolutely do. One concern I have was brought up in, was mentioned 2 weeks ago, that there should be an application process and an interview process. And I think if you have such a interview process, you could be potentially going against what the new rules for the Board of Health are, which are a diverse range of citizens sitting on that board with a diverse range of ideas and ideologies. I think that would be a good thing as an opposed to a bad thing. So with that, yes, I would be opposed to continuing the status quo.
Okay, and for the record, that new rule goes into effect in July.
Correct.
July 1st.
We are not under that implication or that imposition at the current stage. Well, I would entertain a motion if either of you want to make something.
I will make a motion, although I don't want to disrespect Commissioner Christopher's point of view. I don't necessarily disagree that we obviously will have to implement the new RCW, the new WAC, the new stuff. We want to have diversity on there. My motion will be to accept the director's recommendation, which would be for an interim appointment of Sue Pennington to the Board of Health that will expire on July 1st.
Is there a second? If not, I will step down and second the motion. Let's move into discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to point out to Ms. Pennington, my vote on this issue has nothing to do with you. I think you've done a great job. I think you've served your community well. I wish there were other ways. So please don't take this personally. It has nothing to do with personally for me, but I will have to vote against.
Any further discussion? I would just like to say thank you, Dan, for those kind words. With that, all those in favor of appointing Ms. Pennington for an interim until July 1st to the Board of Health, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Aye. Nay.
So you can hear me.
When you're looking out, yes. When you're looking down, it's hard.
Let the record show the motion carries, and Sue will be able to sit in for the Board of Health meeting here in 2 minutes. And hopefully she is signed in and was listening.
She is there, sir.
Okay, great. So she did hear what Dan had to say. All right. Is there, I guess it's my turn now. That was all yours. I just wanted to say, Ms. Quinn, thank you so much for the detailed report. That is absolutely amazing. It shows the breadth of what public health is doing. It looks like in Klickitat County. We are not just giving COVID-19 shots. We are doing many things, and we have done many things before COVID was even a thing. And also thank you to Mr. Kavanaugh for his detailed report. That is the information that helps us do our jobs. And please say thank you and good luck to our nurse who is finalizing her to become a midwife. That is sad to see you go, but congratulations as well. And with that, I will recess I will take a motion to recess the commissioner meeting for the Board of Health meeting? Anybody?
So moved, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to recess the Board of Commissioners meeting to conduct our Board of Health meeting.
I would second the motion.
For the recess of the commissioner meeting, does it have to be for 1 hour? Really?
The meeting will resume following the end of your public
Okay.
health.
I just didn't know that if we had to like create a time. Okay. There's been a motion and a second to recess the commissioner meeting to open up the Board of Health meeting. And the commissioner meeting will resume afterwards. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, we will open the Board of Health meeting. And currently, Commissioner Sauter, I will hand the gavel to you since you are the chairman.
Let me get my agenda.
Just don't use the gavel.
Yeah, I don't really need it. I hope not.
For a Board of Health meeting, yeah, I don't know.
It's a goal. It's an aspiration. It's always been an aspirational goal of mine to not use the gavel.
Since we're sitting here, I would like to say, now nothing's working on my computer.
My bookmark.
Sir, thank you for putting in your name for the Board of Health position. Absolutely, there is nothing more important than volunteering in your community. In July, we are going to keep your application on file, and I've reviewed it after you turned it in today. And we will likely, once Aaron and Sue create the process for the appointments and how we're going to do it, we will likely hold interviews with all of the applicants for the positions. So that's when we would be getting in touch with you. And I'm so sorry that it's so hard to hear in here. And I would love to take it down when I was speaking, but the last time that I believe our prosecuting attorney was here, he said that there is nothing in the rules that allow us to take it down. We allow people that are communicating, but we're government officials, employees, we're not supposed to. So trust me, I really want to be able to take it down. So you can at least read my lips.
I just sometimes am more civilly disobedient. Commissioner Anderson. Okay, I will call the Board of Health to order. Our first order of business is approval of the agenda. Hopefully that everyone has got that.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to add to the agenda the nomination for the new chairman and vice chair of the Board of Health. So I would ask that we add that to the agenda. Okay. Okay.
I have a motion. I'll need a second and that.
I would second to add the.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda with the addition of election of officers for this current year. Any further discussion or other agenda items that need to be added? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, Sue is there.
Okay, any opposed?
No, just our video off.
Okay, motion passes. And I guess, let's go ahead and do the minutes first. And then we'll insert the election right after the minutes. Hopefully everybody had those very detailed minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Board of Health meeting minutes from October 21st, 2021 as presented.
Second,
I will second the motion if nobody else is willing to.
okay, I have a motion and a second on adoption of the minutes from the October Board of Health meeting. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. Next, election of officers. open it for, I guess, nominations or discussion.
Mr. Chair, I have a nomination. This is Paul.
Okay.
I would like to nominate you, Dave Sauter, to continue as chair of the Board of Health, particularly at this time, given we just surpassed our active case numbers. And we really need consistency, I believe, in the Board of Health chairmanship role.
I'll second that motion. Gets me out of it. To July.
Okay, as the person that is being nominated, I guess I'm still acting as acting chair, so I'll call it myself. I don't believe, I mean, I guess we by tradition, the board chair serves as the chair, but I know that has not, there is no rule to that, and we have not, we have had time, when I first came here, that actually wasn't the case, but that was some time ago. I guess in the interest, I mean, I guess I would open it up if there's other, maybe we'll have a real election. Could be a fight. I would be willing, I guess, to stay on just for continuity if that's what we want.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Penny.
Yeah, this is Sue. Yes, I think at this time, the continuity would be good. And also, since the Board of Health will be changing, also you have a history with the Board of Health that might be valuable through this coming year. So if you're willing to serve, I think there's a good reason that that you were nominated. That's all.
You second it. All right, I guess I have a motion and a second to retain the current chair for another term. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. That will move us to vice chair. It's a good way to build continuity for the future. The floor is open. I don't think crickets can serve as.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate Paul Moyer for vice chair.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to nominate Paul Moyer as vice chair of the Board of Health. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Guess I'll keep the gavel for. Okay, that brings us to COVID-19 discussion. So clinical update. Dr. Person, are you with us? Yes.
Yes, I am. Make sure everything is turned on, and thank you again for the opportunity to address the board and discuss where we are with COVID-19. So the Omicron variant, which has been dominant in Washington State and has now been identified in Klickitat County as well, is responsible for significant increases in the number of infections, and that's affected Klickitat County as well as the rest of Washington State. So looking at our most recent numbers, 799 cases per 100,000 over the last 14 days. We can compare that to where we were in early December, pre-Omicron. We were down to 132 cases per 100,000 over the same 14 days. So significant increase in our case rate. What's notable about Omicron is that while infection rates have sort of gone through the roof, that hasn't translated into that same increase in hospitalizations, which is good news. I will say that is tempered, however, because of the sheer number of Omicron cases. We are still seeing strains in hospital capacity across the state. That's not just due to Omicron, but also to the fact that it is wintertime. So we have people hospitalized with other infections and then also just other illnesses. And that's why, while we know Omicron has a lower severity and we are seeing less disease because more people are vaccinated, we're not yet ready to dismiss everything that we've been doing to try to control this virus. But we do recognize that disease severity is lower, and we're seeing that manifested in a number of ways. So for example, school are still in session. There's been no discussion about closing schools just due to the level of where we are with COVID-19 infections. And that wasn't the case if we looked a year and a half ago when we had even lower case rates because we understand better how disease is transmitted. And again, because of the number of individuals who are vaccinated, so we have a smaller pool of individuals who are at risk for severe disease. We can still make progress in doing things around trying to keep kids in school. We've adopted the shorter isolation and quarantine guidance in schools as well. So being able to do that in the face of, again, much higher case rates due to Omicron is really a recognition that while we're still dealing with COVID 2 years into this pandemic, we're not necessarily dealing with it the same way. And this is because as we learn more about the virus and as we learn more about how we can protect others from it, we're able to sort of make those changes. If we look at Omicron and its patterns across across the globe and across the United States, we are seeing that nationally, Omicron does appear to have peaked, and areas like on the eastern side of the country where they had earlier cases are now seeing those case rates going down. This mirrors what we saw in South Africa and the United Kingdom, where Omicron had a significantly rapid rise and then a fairly rapid decline, although not quite as fast as its rise. Western Washington is starting to see plateauing in cases. We anticipate in Central and Eastern Washington, because the emergence of Omicron was a little bit later, that we'll probably continue to see some increase in cases even in the weeks ahead. We're still seeing fairly high numbers of deaths across the state, and that again is because deaths lag behind hospitalizations, which lag behind cases. So many of these are probably still people who were infected with Delta. We likely won't know any of the impacts of Omicron until much later in the next, I'll say, several weeks. But again, what we expect to see based on what we've seen in other countries is that the overall severity will be lower. Again, that's a combination not just of Omicron virus itself, but because we also have more people who are vaccinated. And while we are seeing increased numbers of infections in people who are vaccinated, as well as those who are unvaccinated, and as well as those who have been previously infected, the rates of vaccinated individuals who are hospitalized or who are dying is still much lower than those who are unvaccinated. the data from South Africa is showing us that unfortunately previous infection from COVID-19 is not proving to provide full immunity from Omicron or from being reinfected. We knew that was true earlier. Omicron, because of its very high case rates and because of its very high level of infectivity, has really driven that point home. In South Africa, they were actually seeing higher risks of being reinfected with Omicron rather than primary infections. Again, that's likely because South Africa has a relatively higher rate of people who are vaccinated, so who were protected. But with Omicron, they were seeing people who are having not just their second infection, but even third or fourth infection. So we know, again, immunity to COVID-19 is not absolute, whether from prior infection or from vaccination. That's again why we use the other mitigation measures, including the use of a well-fitting mask to help drop the spread. But as I said, even while we are in the midst of this surge, there are still those discussions going on about what moving away from COVID as a pandemic to COVID as just another one of the many respiratory viruses we deal with every year is still going on. And we expect those conversations will continue. And that is it for my update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Person. Any questions for Dr. Person? Commissioner Anderson.
Are we still seeing Delta cases in Washington that are new, or is it just straight Omicron?
Right now, based on the sequencing data, which we unfortunately don't have the capacity to sequence every specimen, but they really have switched to being 100% Omicron. I'll say based on the clinical patterns of disease that we're seeing, I do believe there is still Delta out there, because we do see some cases or some outbreaks where spread is very rapid, as we would expect to see with Omicron, but we've also in some of the other counties that I cover, seen times where there can be a number of days in between infection. And that's a pattern that's much more common with Delta. So I would say Delta is still present, although definitely not in the majority.
Yeah, so there's a new term, the flu-rona. So having the flu and the coronavirus, are we seeing that? Do we have many flu cases in Washington or within your jurisdiction?
Influenza activity is still low because influenza itself is not fully a reportable disease, only if there are deaths due to influenza or novel strains. I will say we don't have great reporting on it. I will say in the other counties that I cover, because they're a little bit larger, we do get voluntary reports from labs. So we have seen people who have been co-infected with Omicron, or sorry, co-infected with COVID and with influenza. So we do know it is occurring. Not enough to say whether it's any more severe or any more different than others, but that is a reminder to providers that it's important to be checking for both of those, and also the reminder that we have vaccines to cover both flu and COVID-19, and it's important to get both of those.
Okay, and my last one is, so there is not the same increase in hospitalizations. And then there's just the sheer number of Omicron cases. So my question would be is we have this estimate of what are the active cases, but we know that most people, because it's not putting you in the hospital, you're just taking an at-home test. And unless you're self-reporting, do we have any idea of what we think statistically, what the true No cases per 1,000 are, or per 100,000? Being that so many of us take the test at home, we don't tell anyone. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And I will say that's also why we're seeing changes in what's being, what likely will be ultimately required for reporting, because we know the numbers that are being reported don't reflect the true incidence of COVID-19, because more people are getting at-home tests. The various groups that do modeling have tried to come up with some numbers for the prevalence, and the ones I've seen, they sort of vary quite a bit, but some of them are pretty high. I mean, estimating that anywhere from 1% to 5% of the population is being infected with Omicron every day. So yeah, I would say our reported numbers significantly underestimate how much infection is out there, which I'll say is probably also a better sign for its impact on hospitalizations. And the one other thing I do want to add with hospitals is what's different now that we're hearing more reports about isn't so much the shortages of ICU beds as it is the number of people that are flooding the emergency rooms. So again, not people that are severely ill, but people that are sort of seeking care. And sometimes they're just going to the emergency room because they need a test. So there's been quite a bit of messaging from the Washington State Medical Association and from others trying to encourage people to really only seek emergency room care if it's warranted, and not just because you need a test for COVID-19.
Good. My last one, I swear this. And this one is on our website, and this might be for Director Quinn. It shows, your active cases with the change in the variants and the recommendations from the CDC. How long are you now active? Is it still 14 days from it, or what is the new number?
No, I can answer that one. So the current guidance is for 5 days. There was a little blip yesterday because we were inundated with so many cases. We just added them. We weren't able to recover them. They're working through recovering them today. I think currently they're tracking about 105 cases as active. As of yesterday, I think it was still in the 250 range.
But that's only for 5 days, and we used to have 105 days or 105 cases for 14 days.
Yes.
So when we look at it, it's 3 times the amount almost currently infected that we.
Okay, other questions for Dr. Person?
Mr. Chairman?
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to echo what Commissioner Anderson said about the underreporting of tests. I have not had a COVID test, but as you can see, I'm not there today. But I also don't feel it necessary to drive into a pharmacy and pick up a test and possibly put someone at risk of whatever I have. So I don't need a test, which more than likely I have COVID. So there's going to be a huge percentage of the population that has something that is not going to be reporting on our numbers. So, I mean, on a good note of that, I think there's going to be a herd immunity out of this. But Commissioner Anderson was dead on right with that. I have one question for Dr. Persons, and that is, I haven't heard much about an X-ray variant or a Zulu variant or something else across the pond coming in the next 3 months. Have you heard of anything anywhere, a variant that has any kind of legs to it?
No, not at this time. United Kingdom is reporting a subvariant, what looks to be a subvariant of Omicron. I believe it's B.A.2, but that's fairly early on. I will say the challenge with trying to predict the next variant is there is not a predictable way in which this virus mutates. So unfortunately, we probably aren't going to have advance notice. If there is one, we'll know about it when it shows up in changes in the genotyping. So they'll find a COVID-19 infection that doesn't match the current genotypes. And then I just wanted to echo that you're absolutely right. I think as COVID switches from sort of pandemic mode to sort of the endemic mode, we'll see this change in that people won't necessarily need to be tested. The hope will be that they are doing what it looks to be that you're doing, which is that if you're sick, you're staying home and until you feel better. And so I think that's helping sort of COVID kind of naturally evolve into a virus that we manage differently. And I think we will see that in the upcoming days or weeks that there are already discussions and there's already been things coming from the Council for State and Territorial Epidemiologists, which is one of the organizations that helps to define what is necessary for surveillance and reporting. And they've already started the discussion about whether we do need to track every single case of COVID, or whether we can start to now just focus on the ones that may have the greatest impact. So people who are hospitalized or people who are dying from it.
Thank you. One more question that you just kind of brought up. But before I get to that, I'll point out that I have had 2 vaccines, still got whatever I got, so it's possible. The spread of COVID, I was reading something that you can spread the disease essentially before you even have symptoms. And then when you have the symptoms, you're really not spreading the disease anymore. Is that propaganda on the internet, or when are you actually spreading COVID if you have COVID?
With Omicron, it does actually look like you are spreading 1 to 2 days before you become infected, and then can continue to spread for a couple days after symptoms start. I'll say this is true of a lot of viruses, that you are actually contagious prior to symptom onset. So this isn't new with COVID-19, but with Omicron, we have seen a shift where more people do seem to be infectious earlier on. So again, even before symptoms show up, and then within the first couple days. That's part of why they shortened the isolation period, because more people were tending not to be as infectious later on, after 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days, even though they may have some symptoms. So yeah, symptoms alone are not a great predictor of infectiousness.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead. So with that, the fact that you can spread it before you show any symptoms, are you still likely to pop positive if you have no symptoms, but you're spreading it?
I will say, yeah, I think I'll say, no, it's not a whole new can of worms, but this is where there's a little of the difference between the types of tests. So the PCR tests, which are more sensitive and can detect virus at a lower amount, those likely will be positive when you're infectious, but before you're symptomatic. The rapid tests are not as likely to do that. I think that has been one of the challenges with Omicron, because it's progression from you've been exposed to infected and infectious to better is much more rapid. You can test negative with a at-home test or a rapid antigen test one day and test positive the next day, which means that you may test negative when you are infectious. And again, that's part of why when we still have fairly high transmission levels, the recommendations are to continue to do those other things that make it less likely for you to unknowingly spread a viral infection to others. And that's, including, again, the use of the masks, and then, trying to limit being in situations where you're likely to be exposed to lots of people who may have COVID.
Good. Other Board of Health members, questions for Dr. Person?
I have one more, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go
Sorry.
ahead, Commissioner Christopher.
How long would you, I know there's no real numbers, but if you did, how long after being in contact do you then come down with the symptoms? Could it be a week later, or is there a shorter time frame, or is it just wide open?
I'll say the total range is probably a little wide open. The original quarantine period for COVID was 14 days, and that's because you could have people that up to 2 weeks after exposure before they became infected. With Omicron, it does appear to be much shorter, and that's why that quarantine period has been shortened. It does look like on average, it's around what I've seen 3 to 4 days from the time that you're exposed until the time that you're infected with Omicron. So again, it's shorter. Other things can impact that. Again, if you're immunocompromised, you unfortunately, it may be several days after exposure before you become infected.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Dr. Person, having to do with the at-home tests, the rapid tests. If it's a pretty clear positive, if assuming that the person has done it according to directions, that is a pretty good indicator that there is a significant virus level, viral load to pass it on to others. Would you agree with that in general?
Yes. The rapid tests, again, they're not the at-home tests are not as good at picking up very low levels of things, but they are felt to be a pretty good marker for your infectivity, because that is dependent on how much virus you have in your system. And because those tests require more virus to be present in order to turn positive, they are a pretty good indicator for when you have COVID and are infectious with it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
So then, are you saying, Dr. Person, that even though you're supposed to stay there for 5 days after symptoms, you probably shouldn't go back to work until that home test is saying negative?
I'll put it this way, actually. There's some really good data from United Kingdom because since they've got a centralized health system, they do a lot more tracking of stuff than we do here. And they have shown that after 5 days, about 31% of people will still be positive, will still be infectious. If you get a negative test at day 5, that drops it down to about between 7 and 10%. So again, I think there is still some risk, and I would say that's why we don't just rely on after 5 days is fine to go out and do things. That's why we still talk about wearing your mask. Again, being conscious of the fact that you have just you were just infected with Omicron, or I'm sorry, not with Omicron, with COVID-19. And if you haven't tested yourself to see if you're negative, there is that possibility. Again, two years into this, and with something that's highly transmissible, keeping everybody out for 10 days, you'd run out of people to do anything. I mean, I think lots of places are already struggling with that. So we do have to have some of that balance. And we can have that balance with Omicron because, again, it does not appear to be as severe, and as more and more of the population gets vaccinated, those are who are at the highest risk do have a way to afford themselves some additional protection.
Any other question? This is a great asset for us, having Dr. Person just available to answer questions. It's wonderful. If there are none, I will move on to Director Quinn, the situation report, which is nothing but rainbows and positive stuff. So
Yes, I appreciate your optimism.
the end is coming. The end is coming.
Yeah, it is coming, but not quite yet. I think if you look at the packet I gave you last week that I prepared on the 18th, the case numbers have significantly changed. So our total case count is now, when I looked before lunch, was 2960. I know they're still working on it, and I anticipate it's probably even higher than that by now. This is the most cases last week, the week of the 16th. So I track cases by week. So it'd be the 16th through the whatever day Sunday was. I think that was the 22nd, sorry. We had 247 cases, which is the most cases we've ever had in a 1 week period. And as I think Dan asked the question, Jake also asked or alluded to, with the home test kits, that's not a true representation of what we potentially think is actually happening in the county. So to consider that our case rates are at the worst they've ever been. We did, I think I talked, we had around 102, 105 cases that are active right now. They cleared all the 5-day ones this morning that they considered recovered. And there was an additional death last week. So we do stand at 39 deaths in our county. I think there's 3 people were hospitalized when I looked this morning. So the good news is to date, we've given 29,963 vaccines. I think that's a little over 600 more than I told you last week. So that's impressive for us. Although to be fair, it is 43.5% of our total population that's vaccinated, which keeps us right on trend with our 0.1% every week. So, and we have given over 4,500 boosters throughout the county. So people are definitely getting that. In my update, I did list that Klickitat County has given 8,300 of those vaccines. And we, again, for the people that didn't hear the update, have gone out into the communities that have invited us to come into their communities. So we've been out in Bickleton, Alderdale, and Glenwood in the last 2 months to help have access to the vaccine. As far as contact investigation, and we have turned that mostly over to the state. So the state is doing most of the case investigations for us right now. They are prioritizing those over 70 and people under 20. So some people may not actually get calls before they're recovered. So encouraging people to keep kind of up on the information as it's put out of how to best manage themselves. So, and you just had a nice discussion about when to come back to work. I think most people were asking to speak with their employer and what their level of comfort is for someone to come back. And then our job is just to help educate them what that might look like. We do not provide testing as a service right now at the health department. We have been, however, been handing out home test kits at our vaccine clinics and for people that have just called and asked us for one. We've handed out about 1,000 test kits through our office to date. We have more coming. We'll continue to distribute those to the community as they become available. I'm pretty sure they took some out to Bickleton last week, so they'll have a stash out there for people that need to use them. We're asking that people not report their home tests to us. The state, as far as I know, still considers that a presumptive case, not a true case, which we could argue that all day, but we're not going to. So you can report your home test kit. There's instructions on the test kit that says how to report that to the state, and they'll accept that in their case counts. We have been distributing masks at our vaccine clinics as well with the home test kits. So our vaccine clinics definitely seeing a downturn in interest. We're Tuesdays in Goldendale, we still do vaccines there, and then Thursdays in White Salmon. If that's time frame that doesn't work for someone, we're still able to accommodate. For the homebound, we've been able to accommodate those. And then for people who have scheduling issues, the nurses have been just fabulous about making sure that they can get the vaccine to that person in either their place or their timeline. So access is not a concern for them. With all the changes in the case counts, I think starting February 1st, we're going to update our numbers on our website once weekly rather than daily. I think they already put a little thing on there that says this case counts don't accurately represent the true disease state in our county, given the prolific nature of home test kits. For those of folks that have not seen, people could order home test kits through the USPS starting last week, and Washington State Department of Health also has a website that's available that you can order your home test kits through them. So as those test kits become more prolific, and I think I heard somebody today say it's just like having a Band-Aid in your medicine cabinet. So, just use those when you need. We continue to engage weekly with the schools and with other community partners. So I think, let's see, that's it. So I have asked our healthcare partners to give quick updates about how they're doing in their roles. And, we're just really grateful for both hospitals and for North Shore Medical Clinic. Everybody's been so collaborative, and we're so grateful. And even on bad days in this county, I think that we've done a better job than most other counties. And I'm regularly asked how I get all of our people at the table from other state agencies. So I think to be really proud of the commitment of our partners and the partnership we have. So I think KVH actually just started doing some monoclonal antibody therapy, and I've asked them to give a quick rundown of how they're doing. So I don't know who's going to provide that update, but I'm pretty sure a couple of them are here.
Hi, this is Kaylee Toohey. I'm the infection prevention nurse at KVH, and I also do outpatient infusions. Up until recently, I've been offering 2 different formulas of the monoclonal antibodies, Regeneron and one called GAM-SD. And FDA came out and said that those are not effective against Omicron. And we were lucky enough to get some doses of sotrovimab, which is the only one authorized for use right now. So we have gotten 2 shipments actually, and we feel very confident that we'll be able to keep getting those. And we've been again administering them in the ER as well as offering it as an outpatient infusion service. We've only had, I think, 2 administrations so far. I had a couple outpatients scheduled that they started feeling better, and they said they didn't need it by the time that day came around, but we have it available to them. And they have to meet, it's a pretty strict criteria. It's within 10 days of their diagnosis, and they have to be high risk for severe illness. It's not too hard to meet that high risk criteria. There's a lot of comorbidities, illnesses that qualify you for that, even just older age, obesity, diabetes, COPD, things like that. So there's definitely a large population that would be eligible to get it. And we developed a handout for when they are tested at the drive-up clinic or in the ER that tells them those options, and to just speak with their PCP about receiving that. Do you guys have any questions about it or anything?
Okay, any questions? Okay.
Is anyone else from KVH going to do an update, or were you going to just do the monoclonal antibodies part?
I can share some of our testing numbers with you if you'd like. So far, as of yesterday, I calculated it for January. We've done 500, had 500 resulted tests. 41 were still pending. Of those 500, 175 were positive. And comparing that with the entire month of December, we had 63 positives out of 392 tests performed. So we're definitely seeing an increase. We've still got a week left of January. That's it for those numbers that I have. And we have 1 hospitalized right now.
This is Commissioner Christopher. I have a question for you. Why so many negative tests? Is the general public just showing up because they feel bad at the test, or are they that they're doing something? Why so many negatives?
It
Any
could
idea?
be exposure testing or symptoms, and it's just, there was an upper respiratory cold going around. A lot of people thought they had COVID. It kind of looked like that, and then they were negative. So yeah, I'm not really sure. We've been pretty steady with our number of tests until this month. It's definitely kicked up, and a lot more positives this month.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Aaron, you want to?
Yep.
Who
And I
has
think
her hand up?
Yes.
Sue Pennington's had her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sue, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I did know, that's okay. I'm wondering, and this may come out, I'm wondering how each of our hospitals in the county are impacted by the Omicron wave here. And, in terms of, we already know that it's a stress on emergency rooms and so forth. And, it will be good to get an update from each of those so we understand more thoroughly how that's impacting our, our locality.
Yeah, it's affecting our emergency room census, definitely. A lot more visits, like somebody said, Dr. Pearson said previously, just wanting tests or having symptoms. And then our staff, we've had a lot more positive staff members compared to the last couple of months, just because of the rate of positives for the whole county. And so that's been really hard, trying to just staff the ER and the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Cindy, are you on to do an update for North Shore?
Hi, yes, this is Cindy. We're doing a lot of testing at the clinic as well, about 500 in January so far, about 250 of those being positive. We've distributed about 1,000 at-home test kits. Those have mostly gone to essential workers that we focused on, and then about 25 air purifiers to local small businesses as well. And then, as Aaron talked about, we're working with the health department and then the both Skyline and KVH to get more tests and get as many of those at home as we can get as possible. And then on the vaccine front, we've done about 500 COVID vaccinations so far for kids 5 to 11. And finally, we had a really successful vaccine event that we coordinated with WAGAP and Comunidades. It was on January 15th, a couple of weeks ago, and it was focused really on Hispanic community outreach. And we completed about 220 vaccines, which was a really busy 3-hour afternoon that day.
Rob, are you on for Skyline? Would you want to give an update?
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. So Skyline also did receive a shipment of the Sotrovimab, which is the monoclonal antibody that is working on Omicron. So we have that also, and I'm not sure if we've done any infusions yet, but the main use for this monoclonal antibody is for people who are sick, but not sick enough to be hospitalized, to prevent them from getting to that point where they would need to be hospitalized. The only thing I have to add in addition to KVH's report and Cindy's report is, well, on the staffing, healthcare staffing has been a challenge for many months now across the country, just like a lot of other business sectors. But Omicron has really hit us hard too, with, Skyline and KVH aren't real big hospitals. So if we have 1 or 2 nurses out because they're sick and they can't work, that puts a big burden on us. And we have had to limit our admissions to the hospital occasionally because of that, because we're down to maybe 1 night shift nurse in the hospital. But overall, we're doing okay here. We're able to take care of the patients that come in. The biggest challenge we're having is transferring patients to bigger hospitals in the Portland and Vancouver area, which is directly related to their staffing capacity because they're having a lot of employees come down with Omicron, and that limits the number of transfers they can accept. So we're running into situations where we are seeing patients admitted to our hospital who really should be in an intensive care unit in a bigger hospital, but there aren't any beds available. And, you know, and we're reaching out to Seattle, to Idaho, and still not being able to find any beds. So we're taking care of patients and keeping them here until we can find the appropriate level of care. But that's really a big challenge for us. We are seeing a good share of sick COVID positive patients in our emergency department, occasionally admitting those patients to the hospital and taking care of them till they can go home. So we're hoping we get past this soon. Things get better, but yeah, it's with the cases spiking right now, it's definitely a challenge, not just in Klickitat County, but across the Northwest.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you, and are there any questions for the Board of Health members, for our providers, our partners, folks that are delivering the services?
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say a heartfelt thanks, which I know it sounds repetitive, but you know, but we have a community here that is responding very, very well with whatever we have, and you know, I'm proud of that. So, thanks to all of you.
Yes, I would echo that too. Okay, anything else, Erin?
No, pending your questions, that's my update. The only last item of business is that I'm going to just present to the board to put every year we have to publish a meeting schedule. So I plan, much like we did last year, to publish a quarterly meeting schedule with the understanding that you, I, or any Board of Health member can ask for a Board of Health meeting as needed. But we did publish a quarterly schedule last year, and I'd like to do the same thing again. I'd like to work with Lee to coordinate them with my updates, so they're kind of on the same day. So it'd be in probably March, July, and October. So if there's any concerns about that, otherwise I'll work with Lee to get those scheduled.
Okay, comments from Board of Health members?
Just Commissioner Christopher, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure we have enough time for citizen questions.
Right. We'll reserve, we just won't go back to the other meeting until we give the citizens their time.
Yeah, I would like to say, it finally feels like, I know we have more cases than ever. It finally feels like we're getting our hospitalization rates are down. And the fact that, you know, we've been into this for 2 years and our death rate in Klickitat County is 0.17% with the most recent death. I think that goes to show how great of a job all of our providers have done, and how we have worked as one large team. And I can't thank our providers enough.
You're here. Okay, any other board member comments or questions? Hearing none, and then we will move into public access to the board. So this is public comment for the public to address the Board of Health. Start in the room. So we give a couple folks. Okay, I will go online. If there is somebody online that wishes to provide public comment to the Board of Health, raise your hand, *6. If you are on the phone, unmute yourself. See anybody? Okay. I'm not seeing anybody. Anything else for the, first I'd say I'm fine with the quarterly meetings. I hope in the not too distant future, the Board of Health can become the Board of Health, not the Board of COVID. We used to have all kinds of other topics that we talked about, there's like, for the last 2 years, we've talked of nothing else. The Board of Health has just been completely focused, as it should be. This has been a challenging last couple of years. But if there is nothing else for the good of the order, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn the Board of Health meeting. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all, folks that were participating, Board of Health members. Thank you, Sue, for stepping in, willing to serve for a little bit longer. Thank you, Commissioner Christopher, for your respectful dissent or in that. And
Thank you to Aaron for logging in during your day off. Vacation.
Your vacation. We don't want to rat you out, but you are on vacation.
Don't worry, I'm
Enjoy.
going golfing after this. It's fine.
Yeah, all right, go golfing, have fun. All right, thank you. We are adjourned. The Board of Health is adjourned. Board of Commissioner Chair, could we take a break?
Yeah,
Just a second.
We will reconvene at 3 o'clock. As two people are walking out of the room.
Jacob, did I, when you were speaking to me earlier about this application?
But I don't know what I asked Aaron.
But nowadays you have to.
Yes,
But-
yes.
No, it's great here.
Oh, good to know.
Trying to get
I didn't know it was going to be there.
involved.
Nice. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Being as it is 3 o'clock, we are going to reconvene the meeting of the County Board of County Commissioners. I would just like to say that was a big board of health. And I would also like to point out that I am really sorry that the audio quality is what it is. But we, of course, invite everybody to come sit in person if you want to be able to hear us as well, as has been the case for the last umpteen years. And I will say, though, that I did get an update that Avidex is supposed to be here the rest of this week installing the lights. Notice supposed to.
Woohoo!
Yeah, but there is hope. So that's my positive update. Moving on, miscellaneous.
Ready for consent?
I'm ready for the consent.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda, all 10 items.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with 10 items. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Bills? Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve pay estimate number 4 to Interstate Concrete and Asphalt Company in the amount of $297,264.28 for the Roosevelt Grade Road Overlay Project.
I would second the motion.
All those in favor signify by saying aye to approve pay estimate number 4 to Interstate Concrete.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Oh, say, I know I had it. They're on here, but I just want to. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve accounts payable warrants in the amount of $610,775.93 for the date ending January 24th, 2022. Yes, there are no payroll benefit warrants at that time.
I would second the motion.
This is, and these are for 21 AP, that's what they're split up.
There's a motion and a second to pay the accounts payable warrants for 2021, the amount of $610,725.93. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, and next, we also have account payable warrants in the amount of $69,223.80 and payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,102,363.77 for the date ending January 25th, 2022. These are the AP is 22 AP. My motion is to approve.
I would second the motion and also thank my seatmate for reading all of them.
There's a motion and a second to approve the accounts payable warrants for 2022. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. New business done. Commissioner Christopher, do you have anything for board pending?
Yeah. Kind of something I'll bring up with you guys before we talk about it with Public Works. As I was sitting in my office most of the days last week and the week before, there was an awful lot of elderly with handicap placards trying to park in the electric parking spot out there and then backing up and trying to find a new spot. So while I appreciate the sign that leaves that space open, I think the board might want to consider changing it from electric vehicle parking only to a 30-minute parking only, so that hopefully we can better address ease of access. I've had a couple of senior complaints that they don't like getting into the handicap spots in the side parking lot just because it's harder to park for them. where a nice diagonal spot right there would be nice. So keep your thoughts open to changing that to a 30-minute parking spot.
Would it make more sense to change a couple of the other P spots next to the electric car parking to 30 minutes?
I'm open. It's just that one's right on the end, and they don't have to worry about hitting cars on either side of them. It's interesting. If you sit in that office and look out the window and watch them pulling into that parking spot at about a third of 1 mile per hour, you can tell why they have concerns about parking in the other handicap spots. I don't know that it necessarily matters. That's why I was just kind of recommending changing that one spot to 30-minute parking, see how it works. We're going to have to change our thinking over the course of 6 months. So I'm kind of open. I just don't want to see too many parking spots like the electric one that is just unoccupied.
But then again, if you have somebody parking in the electric spot that doesn't have an electric car, or your electric car takes 30 minutes to charge, that doesn't make much sense either.
I only got about half of what you said, so I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Up for more discussion later, I think. I'm going to ponder that one.
Yeah, as I said, just think about it. I didn't know if you guys had any input on the Chris Corey decommissioning bill that we'll be hearing testimony at the end of this week. Or if you had any input on that one. Other than that, everything else I have can wait until next week when hopefully I'm there after a negative COVID test.
Keep it safe, buddy.
Yeah.
I will take a test before I come back. That was going to bring in another question. I don't know. Is Rob in the room?
No.
Because that was going to bring up another question. If somebody's out, like our county employees that we have the FMLA, if they're out on COVID, do we require our employees to provide proof of a negative COVID test before they come back to work? So that's a question I'm going to have for staff next week to get to the bottom of. Other than that, I have nothing further.
Commissioner Sutter?
Yeah, I did. If my seatmates will indulge me, I was hoping to have a little more, because we were pretty short on time when Mr. Harpole made several comments and questions or about, although he did it in a minute, 30 seconds. So he actually had more time. I was just hoping to have a little bit of a conversation or maybe an update as far as the what's going on with the sandbar access and update my seatmates. That committee continues to meet. I do serve on that committee. We met with the Forest Service again. I don't know if it seems like it was just last week, but maybe it was the week before. That was the meeting to visit with the Forest Service after they had a meeting with some tribal fisheries people. This was to get the tribe's perspective on the potential for legal access to the sandbar, to the sand spit in Lyle. Not surprisingly, the tribe was less than enthusiastic, or I want to say the fisheries folks. They weren't speaking to the tribe. It was the fisheries folks were less than enthusiastic, I would say. They have some, there is some long range plans for some enhancements of that area, dredging of the Klickitat, the channel itself. And then from what I understood, raising the kind of the sandbar, kind of creating an upland there. Although they didn't say that necessarily the two uses, meaning the recreational use and the fisheries use, were incompatible with each other, because that was one of the questions, I had kind of charged the Forest Service with, you know, just be upfront as far as if it's a no-go from that perspective, I would rather know it now upfront, which we did not hear that. And so the committee is continuing to work forward. As Vern said, we have been waiting, it's actually Vern, Mr. Harpole, have been trying to get some information specific to the Forest Service purchase of that property from the Stars in, I believe it was 90 or 91, when the Forest Service acquired that property, which it includes the land out in the river, the sandbar. Because we have actually tried to get some of that information from the Forest Service. They have been, don't seem to have ready access to it, which I don't know is entirely credible to me, that it would just be a question of you. I know they have their land records when they acquired, there would have been title insurance, a title report, everything would have been done when they acquired that in the 90s. It would just be a question of trying to find those records. He did try to get some information out of the title companies. They said AmeriTitle. I am frustrated to hear, Vern, I don't know if you're on the call or on the Zoom, that I was concerned because I know of the difficulty we've had getting work done, but they're just overwhelmed right now. And so I'm not surprised. And so I will be working with Vern, because these are not, the title company has the records. That doesn't mean they just have a copy of all the records, which we have. That means it is here. When he was referring to doing it the old fashioned way, that's what he's talking about. So we will be seeing what we've got to do to see. And the reason we're interested in those title records is there is some indication in the record that there was and maybe still is a legal crossing back from the, when the railroad was built, because that property is on both sides, that any self-respecting owner would have kept some way to legally cross to their property, considering the other access was from the river. And so I had suggested we really want to nail that down, because that would totally change the conversation with the Forest Service and certainly the railroad. And the idea that the railroad would just volunteer that there is, because I have seen Vern was able to get some records out of the Forest Service, and there is a reference to a crossing. It's old. I mean, it's in the early 1900s, but it based on my looking at the description of where it is, it's suspiciously close to where the informed crossing is now. And so we want to really nail that down, because again, that would be a completely different conversation with them. And so we are going to be working on that. We have continued to struggle to have any kind of contact with BNSF because they have been, and this is just anecdotal, we've all noticed if you drive down on the Washington side, they have been changing out the bridges and rebuilding them. They're working their way up. There was an early indication with the underpass at Bingen that Gordy has been pushed and pushed and pushed, was that one of the reasons they gave for the first couple times was that the crew, the folks, because they will construct the underpass, the railroad will do it for a lot of money. That there was they needed more time because the work had not been completed on the other stuff, which they were at that point. They were building the new bridge on the Little White Salmon River. I don't know if they have plans for the main stem, the white salmon, and then keep moving up. I don't know. So we were hoping to make some kind of contact with them would you share your plan for your capital improvements? Because it could be a really good opportunity if they're going to just replace the bridge at Lyle in the next 5 years, incorporate a design it with an underpass or an overpass or something in it, but we've been kind of stonewalled by BNSF. And so I'm hoping, we had some contacts, and I'm upstairs to talk to Gordy when we were doing the, working with him while, he shared his frustration this morning with the underpass, that there were some connections made with BNSF on that, and we're just trying to, who did we talk to? Can we talk to? And then to his last question, I would hope at some point the chair would entertain when there's some more, because there's probably 4 or 5 members of the committee that are meeting regularly and putting a lot of work into it. I'm really more in a supporting role, but I think they would like the opportunity at some point to be able to come and just kind of present and they are I guess empowered or acknowledged by the community council. They would like to come and just give a report to the board as far as what their efforts are, and maybe a little venting with their frustration. There's no ask for dollars. There's no ask for resources. I wanted to be clear about that. It was just a report. Yet, right? Let's all be honest. So,
Question? You mentioned dredging. Are they just going to dredge up to the bridge, actually the river channel part up to the bridge, or are they actually going up the Klickitat River? And did they give you a time frame for when they were planning on doing that dredging?
No, I don't. I couldn't comment on that. Again, it was secondhand from the Forest Service but there are plans in the works. I don't know that we actually asked for that as to, like, we'd like to see at least a rudimentary drawing of what you're planning and the plantings on the shore, because we have argued that that's great. I think both activities are certainly compatible, that the kiteboarding takes place, far to the west, away, does not need to take place. And if the Klickitat, the kind of estuary and that area needs to be completely off limits because of the fishery, that's totally reasonable. And that most of the kiteboarders, some of them, that's what they had said. There's a few, very few, they like to go into the Klickitat because it's right there between up to the bridge, because you get the wind without the wave. There's no chop in there because the sandbars. But that could be restricted if that's bad for fisheries. Then that seems perfectly reasonable.
So I think the plan was to do it much like what they did at the White Salmon, where they dredged out, up into that area where they can put their boats in, and then they put all that spoils on top and built it up 3 feet, and then they replanted the entire thing. And so if you replant the entire thing, that's going to make kiteboarding very difficult versus a sandy beach. So there's some potential conflicts there, but I know the tribe's been talking about it, working on it for at least 3 years.
Have you seen anything?
We talked about it briefly when I went over in front of the tribal council, and one of the things that the tribes have been doing is talking about all the tribes together purchasing a dredge, because all of their infrastructure sites are going to need dredges at some point. And they were actually talking about, would we be supportive of them purchasing a dredge? Because getting a dredge is actually very difficult, because they're always very busy on the lower. Okay.
Well, I still maintain, I think you can have a win-win. I think you can do both. I think there's a way that you can do both. That's the goal. And I don't want to say, again, we're getting our information secondhand that necessarily the tribe, the fisheries, they're not saying they don't want to find a way or opposed to it at all. They just say, these are the things that we're working on. That's the next meeting, I think, with the Forest Service is in, I think it's late March, because we really saw no reason to meet until they have a meeting with the tribal cultural folks to get some sense from them. And so then we're going to get a check-in, because this was just the fisheries with them, kind of what their concerns are. Because the land down there being owned by the Forest Service, that's federal land, and so they have an obligation and responsibility to consult with the tribe before even contemplating any activity. So.
Yeah, no, all that makes perfect sense. I was just questioning the dredging because the tribes have a little different idea of dredging than others, or where the tailings would go. Than necessarily the fishermen. There is a boat ramp down there that we have to take into consideration. So was just trying to get an idea. I'm sure whoever's doing it will hopefully work with community partners, but was just trying to get an idea on the time frame.
And that's all I have. Thank you. I appreciate your tolerance.
Absolutely, that's what we have it for. Getting back to it, anything else for the good of the order for updates? All right.
Just wondering the halls.
Just bored.
Just bored. If not, then are you ready? Oh,
No,
I'm sorry.
no,
Oh,
we still have elected officials report. You really want the chairmanship back, don't you?
No,
I
I
see
do
where
not.
you were going there. Prosecutor Cannell, are you there?
Yes, Chair Anderson, thank you today. I hope you're doing well. I don't have a lot to report. We did have that vehicular homicide trial last week there for 3 days. Unfortunately, the jury came back on the lesser charge of a DUI. And he's yet to be sentenced. We do have an extra week between felony dockets. It's on the 1st and 3rd Mondays, and so about every 3 or 4 months, there's an extra week in between. So we're trying to catch our breath and catch up with some of our appeal filings moving forward. Trying to tackle some of the Blake thing. We got a pretty firm handle that we have all the cases with active warrants taken care of. We're just moving into the next phases. I've initiated conversations with some of the district court folks that hasn't been touched at all by the years of marijuana convictions that will need to be vacated in the district courts going back 30, 40 years. And there's really, we're hoping the legislature, I know that they have some bills that they're discussing on trying to streamline the process and trying to bring it more on the state level, especially as to figuring out some sort of funding bureau to deal with the refunds and so forth. Luckily, that hasn't been a major issue yet, but we're anticipating at some point it's going to have to get fleshed out. The state's going to have to provide additional assistance from what they're doing so far. And then we're just wrapping up some annual audits for some of our grant funding. And we're still interested in any attorney that wants to join the office to do an entry-level position with the district court doing criminal work. So that's what I know right now. I'd be happy to take any questions or anything.
I've got a question. We have people asking if we could take our masks down when we speak because it's very difficult for people to hear with the mics. That is from what you said in the past. I want to make sure that that is not something that would be allowed according to the governor's recommendation.
No, it's actually from the state health department on their the latest on their masking framework, which goes back a couple of months. There is no speaker exception for anybody. That's what it is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was giving the information that you had stated previously accurately. So thank you.
Yeah, just rely on the information as I understand it from the proclamations and so forth that have been issued that very little people pay attention to at this point.
Okay. Any commissioners, any other questions for prosecuting attorney? Do you have anything for executive session?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you for your update, sir. Moving on. We don't have anything else. Is there anything else for the good of the order, gentlemen? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting. We have no workshop scheduled.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to adjourn until next Tuesday. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.